Dobrý den, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Srdečně vás vítám zde ve velkém
Warm
sále
welcome
Kongresového
in
centra České
the
národní banky.
conference hall of the Czech National Bank at the occasion of the 7th year of conference on responsible procurement. It is organized under the auspices of the Anti-Monopoly Office, and the organizer of the conference is the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. My name is Hanna Látalová. Together with Adam Gromnica, we will guide you through the conference. Good morning also from me. We are happy that there are so many of you. Yesterday we had discussions about strategic procurement. We also talked about innovations, pros and cons of centralization in public procurement. There was also a discussion about auditing mechanisms, and we also covered professionalization.
To, co nás čeká dnes, tak to vám představí kolegyně.
Today we will have quite a lot of interesting topics. We will talk about trends for the future and about the situation in the Czech Republic in public procurement. Today's agenda is divided into 3 parts. In the first introductory part, we will speak about development in the Czech Republic and responsible public procurement. Then we will hear experience from Austria and Slovakia. And the third session is dedicated to measurements, calculations. We will speak about the importance of data and about data collections and relevant tools. Then we will have lunch, and after lunch we will have a session that will be quite difficult in terms of logistics. There will be 3 locations. The first hall, we will speak about purchasing of food and catering. The second one will be about the energy efficiency in a small hall, and the third location intended for 15 people. It will be in English on gender responsible public procurement.
Pokud jde o tu další část po přestávce na kávu,
then there will be a coffee break, and after the break we will hear examples of good practice from the Czech Republic. Then there will be a round table discussions about responsible purchasing in health sector. This will be only in Czech, and then in a small room there will be a discussion about European Competence Center on public procurement. In the back on the long table you will find the list where you can write your name and register for the relevant discussions regarding the European Competence Centers. I would like to ask the representatives of these centers to register for this session. Then the conference will be concluded by the representatives of responsible procurement who will speak about the challenges in the Czech Republic. That's all about the agenda for today. And now I'd like to invite Leona Steigerová-Gergelová and the Deputy Minister, Mr. Klik.
Prosím, posaďte se. Prosím, posaďte se.
Please take a seat.
My bychom vás rádi poprosili o to, abyste
We would like to ask you to
kam se vlastně posunula Česká,
outline
kam došla v tuhle chvíli Česká republika.
Or actually, not maybe only outline, but to speak about the development in the Czech Republic so far regarding the responsible public procurement, and also describe the today's situations. And we hope that based on the following discussions, we will outline the future development. So now I'd like to ask the Deputy Minister for Regional Development, Mrs. Leona Steigerova, to describe the development so far. And because the burden is also of the public procurement is also on the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, I will be happy if Mr. Glick could also elaborate on this topic of responsible public procurement. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am in the situation of invited dinosaur, historic dinosaur, I would say, who have started to work for a completely different ministry than before, but it's actually within the competence of my colleague. But let's speak about the beginnings of the projects. This conference is the last conference of the current project, ongoing one. I will speak about other projects in the afternoon. So just a brief summary of the past 6 years. As you know, the Czech Republic and public procurement, this is not an evidence-based principle. It is not like that we would have data, and based on the data we would create policies and strategies. So together with the Deputy Minister, we have tried to prepare in terms of qualitative data. If we look together at the good practice examples from 2016, it was a conference we had 6 years ago. We had only a few examples of good practice. Maybe some of you remember that we emphasized the support for employment in the city of Most or Kadaň. We also engaged university graduates in that. We also talked about cleaning and office paper, and we also emphasized fair labor conditions. We wanted to show what we have achieved, but we were only testing it, and we had to make sure that we were doing it right. After 6 years, there will be many more good examples. There is also today I can see there is the head of the Supreme Audit Office who is present today, and I would like to greet him, and I know they have always been awarded for responsible public procurement. So the situation is really different today. There are many there are many public authorities who are doing it really well, and it is also really nice to see that there are many cities such as Jičín and universities that are doing it really well and have many examples of good practice. The topics we talked about 6 years ago are employment rate, decent labor conditions. Another topic was also purchasing of fair trade coffee. We also talked about green public procurement, especially in relation to furniture and ICT hardware, but these were only several small procurement. We also talked about the topic of SMEs. After 6 years, today we are here. We speak more about decent and dignified labor conditions. We also speak about green procurement a lot. I think there has been changed and shift in what we require, not only individual products, but we place emphasis on circular economy. This is something we did not discuss 6 years ago. And also we place more emphasis on fair supplier relationships. There is one example from Masaryk University. It will soon be published in a magazine. They also covered in their contract how the supplier and contractor and subcontractors should behave. So Masaryk University was really very successful in drafting a very good contract with very good clauses that were implemented in practice regarding supplier relationships. And other topics, impact on communities, local impacts of public procurements, the topic of participation, and also in the afternoon we will speak about gender aspects in public procurement. So this is just briefly about the shift in topics. Now just a few words about numbers.
Já možná přes pozvánku do institutu, kde je stále více seminářů.
We organize more and more seminars. You can see on this slide how many conferences we organized and how many examples of good practice we have from Czech Republic and also from abroad. And yesterday we talked about the section 6, paragraph 4, and I would like to show pros and cons of this section. And now I will actually have a dig at ourselves. I want to say that when we actually have higher requirements now, but we struggle with really huge decentralization. It happens that happens very often that there is only one contracting person, so it is quite difficult, and the topics are very varied. Just like my colleague says, that in the morning I walk my dog, in the at lunchtime I deal with issues of food procurement, in the afternoon construction procurement, so it is quite difficult. So here I would like to show you the survey we did among the registered participants of public procurement. Someone may say that this is already biased because these are the people who has already made the decision, but it is not always like that. They are just people who want to come into terms with this section 6, paragraph 4. So this was the survey among these entities, and we actually looked at the biggest barriers. I would not call them only the barriers related to section 6, paragraph 4, but also barriers that are related to general trends where we want to head for communication with suppliers and so on. So there is still very high emphasis on formal correctness, safety. We talked about this internally. Many people just want to be on the safe side and not to get into troubles, so this is more important for them. So therefore they are still afraid to implement some innovations. We talked about that yesterday, about this emphasis on formalism and also insufficient management from the local entities. So I think we really need to realize how big the potential is here, and the Ministry of Regional Development definitely has a huge potential that needs to be used.
První evidence-based, já už jsem o tom mluvil včera, jedna z těch sudiček, možná si vzpomenete, zmiňovala, že by si moc přála, aby to skoro dvouleté dítko vědělo, kam míří. Možná je to ambiciozní vědět, jestli
heading, maybe it's ambitious to know whether child be studying university, become a doctor, architect, or anything else. Maybe it's too ambitious, but for the future we should know better where we should be heading. We do not want to fill in further forms and questionnaires, but within this platform next coming years we should be postponing ourselves further based on the research, based on hard data. We should know where we stand currently, what people are afraid, how the procurers are procuring, whether they are just trying to comply with the legal requirements or whether they really use responsible public procurement.
My jsme právě zapředli s paní náměstkyní dnes ráno možná hlubší debatu, než jsme sami čekali při té ranní kávě či čaji. Teď jsme se tady potkali v ČNB půl hodinky před tou 9, kdy já jsem skoro celý svůj profesní život prožil na veřejné vysoké škole.
I was mentioning that my professional life I spent at the university, where we were procuring within the public procurement. We had to cope with all the difficulties. I was mentioning,
odhlédněme od vysokých škol, které přeci jen mají nějaký aparát administrativní, kde prostě
just maybe not focusing on the university where people have clear visions, they have opportunity to educate themselves, think about public procurement, they may participate in training, but there is a lot of procurers like small municipalities where in the afternoon, has already been mentioned by the deputy minister, the mayor has just one assistant, one accountant, he has to prepare the public tender, has no time to do it, has no time to focus on it, and of course the primary goal is not to undergo any risk. They get a subsidy for the sewage system. The subsidy exceeds 10 times the overall budget of the municipality. So they are shocked. It's very difficult for such persons to evaluate the situation, and they just try to comply with the legislative framework. I understand that the main interest of procurer is to minimize risk and avoid any potential problems. Nevertheless, our main role is to postpone the public procurement towards the situation where the auditors be enlightened, the stakeholders be tolerant,
aby k tomu přistupovali samozřejmě s rozumem a trestali skutečně porušení zákona a smyslu zákona, a nikoliv to, že někdo v rámci checklistů něco vyhodnotil, ať už tak, nebo tak. Musíme prostě zapracovat na tom, aby z toho strašáka, který se to pro mnoho zadavatelů před těmi necelými 2 lety stalo,
For many procurers, the responsible procurement became sort of a nightmare. On the other hand, the public procurement, responsible public procurement should support all them, should be a new way. We should, of course, work hard on responsible procurement. On my behalf, I, of course, do not want to witness the necessity to return the subsidies, to refund the subsidies because of some wrongdoings or errors, but we should be able to procure responsibly in compliance with 6.4. So the question is what we are to stress, underline. As I have mentioned, I understand that small procurers like municipalities have primary interest. They draft a checklist. They will always prepare the bids or tenders for the minimum or lowest price. Nevertheless, we are currently in a situation where there is a major change, and I'm glad we have already achieved this particular point in our history, but we should have to go further. You know, I think it's important to be unified in what we want to stress. We both agree that what is behind us, I will be in the afternoon talking what is the future. Nevertheless, I think this is the right time to extend our thanks to all of you who were able to deal with the difficult conditions, who were willing to go ahead with responsible public procurement, who are disseminating information about responsible public procurement. It was hard work, explanation. So we really would like to extend our thanks, because thanks to all of you, we were able to move further during the course of the past 6 years. It is still complicated, it's still very difficult, but at least we do something, we are moving further, and thanks to all of you and the Supreme Auditor Office, we are being known in the European Union for the responsible public procurement. And one additional thanks to the whole team of responsible public procurement team at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. These people should be thanked a lot.
Dovolte mi poděkovat vám za shrnutí cesty k
Thank you very much for summarizing the whole journey towards the responsible public procurement. Thank you very much for your words of thanks to the whole team and all those who have participated on the journey towards responsible public procurement. Thank you very much for your opening words. During the course of yesterday and the discussions, we discussed the issue of centralized procurement in Sweden. The Deputy Minister has mentioned the burden to minor procurers. Peter Norstedt from Sweden has mentioned that their organization is supporting 290 communities. I dare to say that added value of such an assisting center, the role of such an assisting center could be of greatest importance. We have agreed that the journey towards the sustainability in public procurement is difficult, can be ad hoc. One of the hosts, Petr Sokol, once mentioned that we are like ants running around, that it somehow works, but we can try to manage it. We can define strategies, goals, targets, procedures, the individual steps which will lead us towards higher sustainability of public procurement. Yesterday we have heard Gerhard Martin Beiner from Austrian NABE, where they have a national action plan for sustainable procurement, and we will try to have a closer look at both Austria and Slovakia today. Now I would like to invite two speakers. I would like to ask Ms. Lexa from the Vice Chairman of the Public Procurement Office in Slovakia, and Laura Bauer, the Project Manager from the NABE platform for the sustainability of public procurements in Austria.
A jak už bylo tedy řečeno,
as it has already been mentioned, I probably do not have to reintroduce the Vice Chairman, Mr. Lexa, who is the head of the Institute of Public Procurement in Slovakia, is in charge of public procurement for a whole range of years. He's talking about the use of common sense in public procurement, and we also have Laura Bauer, who has prepared a presentation which will expand on what has been mentioned yesterday by Gerhard Beiner. Laura, now the floor is yours.
Okay, the mic should be working. The mic should be working as well.
Hello. You know, the technician will help me now, but sorry, yeah. Okay, wonderful, perfect. Ahoy, dobrý den, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing speaking to you. And at the beginning, I just want to clarify one tiny little bit on information. Sometimes in my presentation, I will talk about SPP, and this is not Service Payment Plan, it's Sustainable Public Procurement. I just wanted to check on this, that I'm a right event and I'm holding the right presentation. I will tell you today about the NABE platform. I will expand the information you got yesterday. I will talk about the catalog we have, and I will tell you about our activities we do within the NABE platform. And you know, there will be information you might already know. I will expand on that, but I want everyone to get on board to get, you know, the whole picture. And that you know who's speaking to you. My name is Laura Bauer. I'm from the NABE platform for sustainable procurement. It's a rocking abbreviation for nachhaltige Beschaffung, sustainable procurement. I have a background in environmental sciences, and I come from the world of sustainability. And this is so cool to work in the world of procurement, because now I can bring best of both worlds together. I will share some perspectives, some learnings, and some hand-on tips for you might want to take away for today. I think we can move on with the slides.
You've got the remote? Sorry for that.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, it's always good to have a little walk. So let me tell you a little bit about the NABE action plan. It covers several general aspects regarding sustainability you see on the screen right now. More interestingly, it is a long process which took place over the years. So from the first idea implementing national action plans from 2003, it was formulated into a kind of sort of catalog in 2010 with a rather long revision phase till 2021, and having a new kind of catalog for procurement criteria. Sorry again. I want to show you, because it's something very hands-on. It's a catalog we have now. It contains all the NABE criteria we have. So a catalog which contain criteria for sustainable public procurement is something we can hold in our hands within, like we have it for 1 year. And you might ask, where does the NABE platform started? Did it started very early in 2010 where we had the catalog? No, it started rather shortly in 2019. So the whole process of bringing a service platform, a center, and a catalog to work with on sustainable public procurement is something we haven't been doing for a long time, but from 2019 on, all the actions took place at the NABE platform. So one thing is, you see there is a catalog, and it covers 16 product groups. And those 16 product groups are something which is mandatory for the federal level. I will expand on that a little bit later. But it also contains very specific information on each product group and general information on how to apply it. And the NABE platform itself is a group of people, 6 in total, which is located in the BBG. Gerhard mentioned it yesterday, probably, and it's the Federal Procurement Agency, which is like the central procurement body for Austria. And the whole coordination is done for the project by the Ministry of Climate Action. So what does it show us? It shows we have to bring together different competencies. So we have the ministries, and we have the central procurement body. And it is always good to work with already established structures. You see the action plan. As I said, the NABE action plan is a catalog. It contains a baseline for eco and social procurement criteria, and it has three main product groups, just that you get an idea. One part is infrastructure, so very long time. Some criteria on investment, like refrigerators to laptops, and some have consumable goods like daily office material you might need. And all this is available online. And because this is so crucial for our communication, I will go a little bit deeper into that. All those criteria are available online. We have a website. We inform our interest public with a newsletter, with LinkedIn, and that you see, that you get an idea how the criteria work. Does it also point? No, it does not. But you see on the right side, I just picked it out for refrigerators. There are specifications. And those specifications describe very, very detailed how or what should be considered in the procurement process. And further, there's already the information where to find the information. There is written where to get it. Where is it, where do you get the information from? Who is going to deliver it? And further, you have also something for the contracting aspects of the procurement process. And why is it so crucial to put it on the website, to put it out there? It is necessary to have all information on hand. So you have the criteria and you have further information on how to apply it. If a law changes, then you have, you can give an update on that. And what we also do is we compile and compact all information for specific product groups which are procured. So you have always, we call those kind of summaries, fact sheets. So you have the criteria, you have to have the information on how to apply it. You have a TCO calculations, so you see if you buy a product which is more eco-friendly, which is easier to use, then you have the possibility to save money in the long term. So we give all compacted information on one hand, and it really helps to clarify, to give resources, to hand out the information to the procurement person, and the procurement person does not need to have a trainer on hand. It can inform itself. About that. Yeah, so how to apply it, how to put the NABE action plan into action. So we have the federal level. I told you already, for the federal level, the procurement criteria are mandatory, so they have to be applied. So the federal level has to use the BBG as a procurer, so we can implement the criteria quite easy. And for example, we also train our procurers in the BBG for the NABE criteria. We have further the public, the further public, which is not the public hand, the public institution, which are not on federal level. They are recommended to use those criteria. And then we have the non-public institution and interested, and we also recommend to use them and help them if they have any need to be, educated on that. Taking a step back, I want you to see how we drew a line from the National Action Plan, which was implemented, to the action plan we have here as a catalog. It is really crucial for the communication to have the general idea to foster sustainable public procuring, to having concrete criteria, having goals to reach, and to establish those kind of criteria as something you will use in your daily process. So this is extremely important to have a valid argumentation, and it always starts with there's a national action plan. It is also pushing SPP in every direction. Having the catalog, having the argumentation that we want to foster SPP, it really helps to train others on how to apply sustainable procurement. And it's also what we see is thinking a step ahead, that people are more willing to use the catalog if they are trained, if they have the information, if they see there's a whole picture on sustainable public procurement to implement. So, looking back, since last year, since the catalog came into action in the form we have it now, we have over 100 events and nearly 1,000 participants. Let me structure this for you. What we do, we raise awareness on SPP, we tell people how to apply the criteria in their procurement process, and we help to, consolidate the dots, bring everyone together. So, like I told you, we help the federal level, we have states, districts, cities, also organizations, suppliers, and which is a very great focus of us, multiplicators, which help us to spread the word on it. So we want to get everyone on board. And we want to be also very resource efficient. So the catalog is something everyone could use. This is something for copy-paste, but please reference us. And we are also very open for networking, exchange, and information exchange. And sharing information is also crucial at this point because no one has to reinvent the wheel, just use what is already there. And this is also kind of a cultural change, which leads to working together on the great picture of SPP. So just one note on the federal level I want to give to you, because the thing is, we know, or we have commissioners who are working on SPP in the ministries and taking the national action plan into the ministries to work on. But there's also something we offer, which is might interesting for you, is we offer seminars on the Federal Academy. So we are reaching not only to our contact points, we are reaching far beyond and give everyone a chance who wants to, learn more about the NABE criteria, about SPP, to have a daily or have a day-long seminar to, educate themselves, and it's for free. And it's really from the whole idea to getting into the process of procurement and taking criteria for their own work. The other example I want to give you is we were working with cities, and those cities who are already implementing or looking forward to implement this, we offer special seminars to help them to kick off. And there are some takeaways I want to share with you. What we learned is the younger generation is more open towards sustainability. So this is something very great to use for establishing SPP, because if you already have motivated people, it's easy to kind of, get them on board, motivate them even more, and help them to foster sustainability in their work area. It is, secondly, it is very crucial to have kick-off events, to have a point where you say, we have this common ground, we start together, and we want to, start from there, establishing something like the NABE action plan in their own work area. And it's always good to have a visualization for this, that people feel like their work is, their work, add on the whole picture on SPP. And as I already mentioned several times, sharing is caring, so sharing information is very important. So this is what we do at every beginning of such a process. We share all the information we have on SPP. So, last thing. Also, what we do from the non-public procurers, who is not public hand, who's not federal, which are not our main target groups, but still are very interesting because you can learn from this. Every question you get from those kind of people help you to learn about SPP, about a different perspective, and this could be very, very helpful. So I'm at the end of my presentation. I want to thanks to the translator, I want to thanks to Adam, to Leona, everyone for the great organization. And I just want to summarize the last 3 points to, end the presentation. So what we are doing is we explain from the great idea of the national action plan. What we have is our NABE action plan to this whole structure of SPP, and give therefore a valid argumentation. And we are getting everyone on board because at the end there's always a human who has to do the procurement process, and we should not forget this person needs tools, this person needs information, and we are going to help with that. And through training we can signify the relevance of SPP within the organization and the process. So thanks a lot, and I'm looking forward for your questions.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Laura. And I might be having, you can use this. I might be having a question because both of your countries, Austria and Slovakia, have certain level of obligation of SPP in the legislation. How does it actually work in Austria? Who is covered? And are there any negative consequences if you do not follow the rule of sustainable public procurement duty? However, the Article 20, subsection 5 is speaking about green public procurement being considered.
Yeah, thank you for your question. For Austria, it is, like I mentioned, that the federal level has to procure accordingly to the NABE action plan, and the federal level has to use the BBG as a procurer, as a procurement institution. So there, within the organization, it is possible to apply where the criteria applies, the criteria for SPP. So this is kind of how it works. For any other public institution, it is not mandatory. So far, there are no penalties in place because it's still, when we think about it, it's a lot. We have like this 1 year of learning how to implement it, and it's about getting everyone, you know, the procurers, the ministries on board, having them asking for the right criteria implemented, and getting everyone on board for this idea to procure more green.
Thank you. And now I'm switching to Czech. Na rozdíl od Rakouska, kde tedy slyšíme, že ta povinnost váže zejména federální.
Contrary to the Austria, where Austria is focusing on the federal level, in Slovakia it's quite stricter. They start with 6% of social procurement, and the novelty concerns the green procurement. This is an obligation defined by law. How does it work? How do you help to overcome the difficulties to the smaller procurers? What in particular does your office to help them and support them? You know, it's great to listen to Austria experience, how they have unified, how they have tried to create sort of a space or conditions for public procurement at the federal level. Great, of course, advantage is an organization which is also educating, training. Our role of our office is rather auditing or role, controlling role. We have also tried to support the green and social public procurement. We are being inspired intensely by the Czech Republic, example of the Czech Republic. We were very thankful that we could participate and to become acquainted with the individual step through the Czech Republic. Of course, it was put into the legal framework or legislation through an activity of particular members of parliament. We have no penalties for the time being. Nevertheless, we had to, you know, whenever they were talking about public sustainable procurement, they wanted to have as a limit at least 30% of the sustainable green social procurement. Of course, it's a nice feeling, but it's quite different if a politician comes along and says this is an obligation. So currently we have 6 and 6% of green and social public procurement, and the rest is up to the individuals. Originally, the way of thinking was focusing on 30 to 40% of green and social public procurement, which are plans difficult to comply with. We have more than 10,000 public procurers, primarily small municipalities, with a couple of just dozens of inhabitants. Just try to imagine what such a procurer can do. Usually they don't have sufficient support. We are trying to change it. We will have to change it from the political level. It's difficult to do it bottom up. There has to be a particular administrative function carried out at a higher administrative regional level. We have 5.5 million of inhabitants. We have like 8 regions. If we would have this at the level of region, it would be perfectly sufficient. If we would have a procurer, specialist professionals at that level, that would be perfectly sufficient. Originally, we were considering to have 2 groups of the products. We had the IT and some cleaning products. We don't have a centralized procurer in Slovakia. Originally, we were considering it, but the distortion of all the supply chains is now resulting in the need of the centralized procurer. The ideal centralization, the Ministry of Social and Labour Affairs, Erika Rusnok should be present in the audience. They have decided they will do it in a sort of a Lego-style project. They will prepare an implementation or implementation requirements for the construction of social houses, social homes. They have drafted together with the Faculty of Architecture in Bratislava. They have prepared a documentation which could be used for across the whole of Slovakia, where we have a land prepared for the construction of these elderly and social services homes. So then we could have a centralized procurer as in Sweden. So it would be great if we have anything like that set up. As for social public procurement, I would say the major issue, major problem is the fear of the procurers that they will commit a mistake, commit an error, and the only way how to overcome it is to be able to recruit the people who will have the knowledge and will try to move step by step further. I think any administration sanctions, that's not helpful at all to support the idea. Thank you very much. You have mentioned in particular one product or the project documentation which should support also and help also to apply for subsidies and funds. Are these projects which should be financed from the recovery plan? Yes, part of it should also be financed from recovery plan. We have lots of yet undrawn financial means due to the conflict in Ukraine. There might be set up a global plan for recovery of economy in Slovakia, primarily from the energy point of view. From February, we were sort of looking for anything like that, like schools, kindergartens, industrial automobile industry. You know, these are perfect, great goals, but the economy has to move further, has to be running. We have, quite frequently what happens in Slovakia, that competences and responsibilities are given to the municipalities. Municipalities, they have lots of issues to cope with. We have lots of municipalities which are trying to cope with sustainability. We, of course, try to support retraining and further education. But if you would ask me what is really worrying me, I'm worried that if Slovakia would be able to survive the current situation. We can see on the level of the municipalities, mayors, that they are really trying to do their best. They are trying to go further, and they would like to start with it. That's what really is worrying to us. As for the social issues, we are considering how it could be procured. We are addressing all the social services which are available. The building of these houses, social services for elderly and people. So there should be a great level of flexibility. And according to the information I have available, we have roughly 100 plots available where this could be built up, implemented, and it could be a nice proof if we have a nice team of people, students, professionals, together with the ministry people who want to implement such things. And of course, the regions would also be engaged, and the result should be quite unified approach contrary to the fragmentation.
Thank you very much. Anything that can simplify the processes will help, especially when the processes are funded from external sources. So if the project is well prepared or can be really beneficial.
Mr. Lexa was mentioning one specific product group, let's say, or group of services provided. I would like to ask about Austrian experience with other groups, because there are 16 groups altogether in which you are focusing on sustainability. I do expect more on green than social aspects. How actually did you prioritize, and which are the most important, or which would you choose to describe in more in better detail, in more detailed way? Let's say, is it the energy consumption, or is it the construction? How did you came to this, let's say, list of product groups? And which one would you let's say describe in more detail?
Yeah. So this was also for me a very good question at the beginning when I started working at the NABE platform. So what the team before tried to do when choosing 16 product groups was to cover the most important ones, also the one who are used on like a daily basis. And as I said, of course, there's a criteria for infrastructure, which is like more long-term, but they were also like, okay, something we have to procure on a regular basis. And what you mentioned, for example, energy consumption, this is, for example, for electronics very important. So this is like a key indicator to get more energy efficient items. And there's this product group for electronics, and there are like 9 specific products which are mentioned. It's like I showed you in the orange, with the orange pictures, those are the criteria, for example, for refrigerators, but you also have, you know, baking facilities and then like, you know, washing machines. And what they are looking into is you have the criteria, how energy efficient it has to be, how loud. This is also a very interesting point because, of course, the noise emission from the usage, it also affects you in your work area. And of course, something, there are criteria on how to repair it or how to, you know, maintain it to make the usage phase longer. And last week we had a symposium on circular economy, and there was a session especially on those category or criteria category, and we were really looking into it. For example, one thing was that you should do a lot, or you should focus on make the usage longer. The phase you use it, this should be as long as possible. There is the best way, or this is the best way to save resources, energy, and also money.
And I might be having one additional question, since you mentioned the orange box in your presentation. There was also a note about TCO, total cost of ownership. Mm-hmm. Have you got any specific instruments or developed any specific instruments for each and every of the product groups, how to focus on total cost of ownership calculation?
So total cost of ownership is a core thing we recommend for buying electronics and IT supply, because we see that's the key to get an idea how much energy and resources you could save over the time. So for the electronics and for IT devices, we have TCO tools. And if you look on the website, you will find it's basically an Excel sheet where we have a very, it's a very easy calculation, and you get an idea what kind of starting price you have, and then what will accumulate over the phase you're using it. And those are for smaller amounts of procurement, for smaller procurement process, because those information are for like non-federal level, for cities, for districts, for smaller processes. Within the BBG, we have the possibility, there is a competence center on TCO, and we will have like the principle within the process already implemented. So if the federal level is getting on the idea of TCO, they have the possibility to use it within BBG. And for everyone else, we have it on our website. But as I said, we have the academy, the Federal Academy for Procurement. With the procurement seminar, we will explain TCO in detail. We do a calculation together so that everyone gets the idea of not just looking on the price of one device, but also taking into account the phase of usage.
Thank you very much. A pokud jde ještě o tu slovenskou zkušenosti, přece jenom...
Now, regarding the Slovakian experience, you mentioned the legislation that the contracting authorities need to comply with, even though it is not as strict as in the Czech Republic, but it was necessary to make real efforts, because Austria already has the VBG that has a competence center. Laura has experience with sustainability procurement, Gerhard as well, and the whole team consists of sustainability experts. But what about you and your office? You are not only a control and auditing office, but also office that issues methodology. It must have been a challenge for you as well, how to provide assistance to individual public buyers. So how did you help, and what is the development at your office since the effect of the legislation? So the office prepare the team of people who focus on the various areas. We have people for social, for green procurement. They specialize in that and dedicate time and effort to that. It is important because we were able to map out the processes in Slovakia. We organize training. We also participated in training. We cooperate with the Slovakian Environmental Agency. We cooperate with regional authorities quite closely, and we are trying to explain the people and we show examples of good practice. We invited people from the Czech Republic as well. We want to remove the barrier of fear to the people who implement green, social, or responsible or sustainable procurement. They need to see that they are supported, that they get support, so then it is much easier for these people. Regarding our office, we issued quite a lot of documents, and we also hosted a lot of training sessions where we explain the people what they should prevent, and also we want to explain our mindset, or when speaking about the life cycle cost or actual total cost of ownership, TCO, this is something we discuss quite often. We know that when we were still Czechoslovakia, the products were produced with 25 years of service life, but today we have products that can hardly be used for 2 years. So it's very often happens that you buy a product with a guarantee or warranty of 2 years, and you have it 2 years and 3 days, and it breaks down. So we would like to prolong the service life of the products. This is something we need to focus on now. The most important information I got at a seminar from one architect was that if I want to focus on sustainable procurement, I need to also focus on various other aspects, and also time. So we need time. We need to prepare well for all the procurement. So this is something we want to focus on. I'd like to say that there still are areas for improvement. We are also understaffed, and today we also have some funds available that needs to be used from previous periods. And we also make steps to improve the situation. I think the most important thing is, and I will be happy to see the website of the Austrian NABE, and take it as an inspiration to make the things more simple. And it's true that people still focus on the lowest price possible, so they still compete for price. I would say that the people who strive for innovations are almost criminalized by the others, so it's very difficult to promote innovation. So I would say that the atmosphere is not good, and of course we want to solve the situation, and I always look forward to various seminars and workshops, and when we explain the people what is possible, they are very often surprised. So we are trying to be a supportive body, and we want to explain everything and explain the criteria, explain the requirements and everything. So communication is key.
Thank you very much. The communication towards the procurers, buyers, education, training, workshops, that is being mentioned by every single speaker, an important feature. You have also mentioned the support to the management, or the lack of the support has been mentioned by Leona as an additional feature which is complicating the development of a sustainable public procurement.
The leadership support, whether there is a strong leadership support, and how to get leadership support for SPP and strategy in public procurement. And another very important issue of developing strategy in public procurement is engaging the stakeholders. So which are the, let's say, most relevant stakeholders, how you actually tackle the problems. It is good to have your own team, but you cannot do it even if you get professional good team at BBG. You definitely have to get in touch with the Ministry of Environment itself. You have to tackle even the chambers of commerce and stuff like that. So would you elaborate a little bit more on how to engage with stakeholders to make the system work?
Yes. You already mentioned a lot. So I think the main issue is to have this idea of sustainable public procurement and not having one single organization standing for it. So for what I mean is we have the NABE platform who facilitates the communication, the trainings, but as you said, in a way, to train everyone, we would be so understaffed. There are not resources. And I see it not as our job to train everyone. It's more like finding the multiplicators, because every organization is procuring, every organization is having sustainability as a goal within their own organization. So what is important is to have an idea who could be your stakeholder. So of course the federal level is one of the most important because they have to implement the criteria, and anyone else who supports the idea of sustainable public procurement helps the idea to grow. So it's more about having the strategy, having the NABE action plan, having the catalog, putting it into action, than saying, okay, we are like, this is the field we are playing on, and we have to get everyone in the field. The field has to grow.
Thank you very much. Já bych možná zkusil otevřít pole pro dotazy, pokud se najdou.
Maybe we can now invite the audience to ask the questions. I can't see any hands up. Oh, I can see hands up. Jiří Prokš in front line.
Dobrý den, Jiří Prokš. Just short question
Jiří Prokš.
What do big suppliers think about the action plan, about the catalog, and were they somehow involved in the process of creating the catalog? Did you use their expertise and knowledge? You know, why am I asking? Because a lot of Czech public buyers often tries to do their best on the field of social and environmental public procurement, but without prior consultation with the market, we can't often achieve the results we want to achieve, you know, because our point of view on certain things is quite different than suppliers' point of view. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think getting into action, putting SPP in a way where we have it now, where we have criteria, wouldn't be possible without the suppliers, without the innovation, who are offering what is needed. And I think looking back at how the NABE action plan was created, there was a stakeholder process, and everyone was able to contribute their perspective, and that's a very crucial point, that you have talks with everyone, you get everyone on board, you open up in a way that you say, okay, we want to have your feedback, we want to have your insight, and we need to get your perspective into the process, otherwise we cannot make it possible. So I think this is crucial to go with the market and also see. What we see is there are a lot of innovation, there are a lot of very engaged people who say, okay, we want to make a better world for everyone, for example, for their children and grandchildren, and and therefore we are having the kind of enterprise or company who is leading into sustainability. So I think this is very important to get this perspective within the process.
To môžem potvrdiť, že rovnako my, keď sme pripravovali tie materiály,
may confirm that we were drafting the materials. We prepare at least 2 documents on an annual basis. All colleagues at the office addressed the market. We had a discussion on cleaning products, so we could have at least a rough idea. We have got in touch with the market, so the material document was being prepared in close cooperation with the market. As for the notebooks, IT, we had the GPP drafted by European Commission, and I was reading a magazine, and I have seen that a company has started to use a high level of recycled materials, and I was immediately looking if the particular product is already available on our market. It's not yet, but whenever the ministries give a request and give us sufficient time for the company to penetrate the market, then we can, of course, offer it. When we were supposed to draft a document for the purchase of the electric vehicles, so we have asked the importers if they may sort of discover what energy, what is the what type of energy they are using for the manufacturing, if it's a renewable energy or not. And we originally had a large sheet of individual questions to know really whether the green aspect is also at the level of manufacturing. If you see a manufacturing plant with a whole field of photovoltaics, then of course it's a positive. So we have to be aware of what is available on the market, whether it's sufficiently green, and then of course we may conclude contracts, we may even conclude a long-term contracts, we may enable to new suppliers to penetrate the market, to come with innovative ideas. But the state, the government has to give the order, has to define the goal, and then we can go and follow it. The inclusion, to include the market is one of the major topics. It may help a lot. We have also been discussing the commodity focus and the lack of commodity focus. It has been mentioned in yesterday's presentation, Mr. Verzali.
I'm questions about basically applying any action plan. Either it's, let's say, structured, complex action plan, or it's more individual plans for individual product groups, demands overcoming some barriers. You definitely face barriers in implementing your national action plan. Would you be possible to sum up 2-3 main barriers? And in order not to let's say, end the session in a negative way, what would be the preferred, let's say, steps or visions how to overcome the barriers in these areas?
Okay, the first, the barriers, it's possible for me to answer that. For the positive, for the positive ending, I have to think about while I'm talking. So I think the 3 main challenges towards implementing any kind of criteria or catalog or a national action plan is you have to get the attention, and this is something we're facing right now, and you mentioned it, that there are challenges which are not directly related to sustainability or to procurement, but still they demand a huge amount of attention. So you have to get the focus on your topic, you have to get everyone to go along with you. And the second thing, and it belongs to the attention problem, is that you have to transfer the knowledge in a way that everyone can receive it and can work with it. So you have to, and I think that's very crucial. You have to find the level to talk to people in a way that they're willing to take the information, to work with the information, and to help you with your project. So this is talking to people in a way that everyone is on board with the idea. And also what you already mentioned is it needs time and it needs a strategy. So you have to have a bigger picture you're going to walk to, and you have to have time to implement. So it is better to get everyone on board, to take time, to train, and to let the market develop along your idea towards this bigger picture of sustainable public procurement, so that you can, you can really implement it, not just, you need really to have something which has a stable foundation. So what I see, and this really amazes me throughout the whole time I'm working in this field, is that people are so engaged and so willing to work for the idea of sustainable public procurement, that this really is something we can use, because at the end, as I said, these are people who have to procure. And if they're willing to think about sustainability, if they're willing to do this further step, it really is possible to get to a more greener future than we have now. And it was a positive ending for me.
Thank you very much. Pane místopředsedo, vy jste to taky zmiňoval.
Thank you very much. You have mentioned it as well, primarily the time needed for processing. If you are to imagine how your country should cope with all the challenges, rising prices of energies, rising inflation, nevertheless, how not to forget the sustainability, that we have to think sustainable, we have to think about the consequences like climatic changes, and we should support the transformation of economy and to be able to achieve lower dependency energy-wise. Can you imagine what type of recommendation you would give for how to support the green, sustainable and smaller green carbon footprint for the future? You know, what has been mentioned by a colleague of mine, I do fully agree with all of what has been mentioned. Whoever is buying, procuring, in public procurement, they take the idea of sustainability as their own idea. Of course, they commit mistakes, but these are not dramatic. They have a full support of all the teams. We are trying to find out what is maybe interesting, and of course what is expecting, what is ahead of us. You know, we have drafted a material of 50 criteria which are recommended, important for sustainability. That was again inspiration from the Czech Republic when you were drafting the ideas within the construction industry, building industry, what that should be focused, etc. Right now, you know, maybe we have too many materials. The best is to meet, to talk to people if they let us know what they need, and then at the level of regional centers, we have our colleagues may submit or show particular materials. Then we can prepare education, training for them. Of course, there are certain ideas which will not be fostered, and the other ideas, on the other hand, are promoted. People have to know where there are financial means available, information available. Last week we had a conference in Slovakia. We were discussing with the auditors. We were discussing important issues, and we were able to find a mutual agreement. And that's exactly one of the things which helps us to move further. You just are on the safe way ahead. You just have to finalize it. And even the positives have to be disseminated and shared.
I'd like to summarize. We need sufficient time. We need to be enthusiastic. We need other people to be enlightened and enthusiastic, and it's definitely necessary to have a plan. Either a brief plan or be it a very detailed plan. So we need both. So thank you very much for the discussion. Thank you, our panelists. And now we will have a coffee break for 30 minutes, and we will resume the session at 11:05. Thank you very much, Laura and Mr. Laksa.
Welcome
back after a short break.
té úvodní části jsme se věnovali, nebo jsme se pokusili trošku více rozpitvat problematiku toho strategického přístupu, tomu, jak usnadňovat jednotlivé aplikaci jednotlivých aspektů ve veřejných zakázkách,
application of individual aspects easier, especially with respect to sustainability. And in this session, we will talk about the topic was discussed yesterday already. We talked about data we have about public procurement and how this data can help us to improve the performance of individual organizations, public buyers, or to increase the efficiency of information. I'd like to ask the speakers to join me on the stage. Viktor Třebický, Jiří Skuhrovec and Joachim Hercher. Please come to the stage. Welcome. I'd like to introduce the gentleman briefly. Mr. Třebický speaks a lot about CO2 and CO3. It's actually a non-governmental organization, but also a commercial entity that has been involved in the measuring of footprint, carbon footprint. Then we have Jiří Skuhrovec, who is known by doing analysis of public procurement, also prepares index and is responsible for Tenderman, the tool called Tenderman. Jakub Váňa is also known to the audience. He's in charge of the public procurement in South Moravian region. He will be speaking about the relevance of data for contracting authorities. And Joachim Hercher is currently cooperating with the European Commission, and also in the past he was involved in data. He participated in the preparation of e-forms, but this was before when you worked for the Commission. I would also like to ask Mr. Hercher for a brief introduction into the data in public procurement. The floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to open this panel about data and public procurement. My name is Joachim Hercher, and currently I work for the representative of the European Commission in the Czech Republic. But before I worked for 6 years in Brussels and the GD where I was in charge of data. I would like to cover 3 areas. First, about the vision, so the future of the public procurement based on data. Second, I'd like to speak about e-forms, which are new harmonized forms. You probably know. It's good to speak about it as a data standard for public procurement, and then I will briefly mention other projects at European level. In introduction, I'd like to emphasize why public procurement is so important. The primary reason is that it is really quite a lot of money. In Czech Republic, it is more than 700 billion crowns, and at the European level is about 15% of GDP of member states, and it is necessary for meeting the needs of our citizens, also impact the environment, the social cohesion in our society. and also impact on innovation. So it is a huge amount of money. I say it is 10 to 15% of GDP. It already indicates that we have some problem with data because it is very gross estimate. Second, what I would like to say is where we actually are at the moment. This is quite a popular and controversial metrics about public procurement. If we see how big the proportion of public procurement with only one contract is, it says a lot. It is about 1/3 of all procurement. A few years ago, it was only 1/4, so the situation gets worse. We all have some suggestions how to improve the situation. Some people would say I have to found my own company in order to be a supplier who can compete. We need to make steps in order to better promote the public procurement, or it is necessary to increase the user friendliness of various systems, to increase transparency, or custom-made qualification criteria. There are many such suggestions or reasons. But let's now have a look at individual countries. We can see that there are countries where they are doing much better. Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Netherlands, Norway, countries that in general have very good public administration. As we heard yesterday, they almost always have some central contracting authorities that support others. The key question for today is how the data can help public buyers, companies, the whole states and citizens. I would like to speak about it now. I would start with a realistic photograph of a typical contracting authority, which has about 1/10 of the necessary time and money for high-quality procurement. So what can data do for them? The first things, they cannot be harmful, because when we're speaking about data sources, it doesn't mean that the contracting authority fills in huge information into various forms. This is only a supporting source. It is a lot of work and it is not reliable. If you fill in the data manually, then there is a high error rate. We also talked about the analysis of market. This is very important for the buyers to find out what you can expect from the market, how many suppliers can you expect. I need to do more in order to find the relevant bidders, because I might get only one bidder. So data can help me. We could also hear during one panel that data is central to public procurement. It's also important to find opportunities for joint procurement. To look for others. And if we know about each other, we can share information or do joint procurement. Sometimes it is meaningful, saves work, sometimes not. But in order to make an informed decision, I need to know about these entities. Every purchase is driven by the context, but no purchase is completely new. All around Europe, there are contracting authorities that do similar purchases, so it is very good to be inspired by other people. to come up with good qualification criteria and award criteria. It is a real rocket science. So if we really strive for socially responsible procurement, the easiest way how to save the time is to be inspired by other people. So therefore, I need to know where to find this information. And speaking about the data, there are actually raw data, some tender documentation and so on, but it is much easier if there is a certain interlayer software that helps me to find relevant data quickly and simply and help me with the step I just want to implement. For example, for market consultations, if I want to organize that, I need to have relevant data and quickly. And the last example, what data does is they bring feedback. It is quite a standard procedure if I organize a tender, or actually if I award the contract, I need to reflect what went wrong and what was successful. I need benchmark. I can see how a similar contract, how successful a similar contract was in other parts of the world. This helps to increase and improve the results next time. So feedback is extremely important. It is one way for professionalization. Now one digress regarding that. This is a 5 years old slide from Britain. It quite nicely describes the reform they were trying to implement. They called it DNA, new DNA of purchasing activities. On vertical axis, you can see the time and effort that you need. And on the horizontal axis, there are various activities. There's a detailed descriptions of them. It can be divided into 3 phases. It means before the contract, a very deep analysis of our needs, analysis of the market. Then the means is the selection of one supplier, and then the management of the contract. In Britain, they actually wanted to implement this reform. It was very important and they wanted to place emphasis on the first stage, which was similar to Sweden, what we heard yesterday. And the Britons said that first we very quickly prepare the contract, then we select a supplier, and then we do some analysis afterwards. But they wanted to reverse this trend. They actually wanted to spend most of the time on the very diligent preparation, and then they wanted to spend time on post-reflection. This is an older slide. It shows how Britain was able to diversify the supply chains. The central state administration supplied only big companies from London. So therefore, they wanted to change the way how they open tenders, and they were able to diversify their supply chains within 4 years all across the UK. The other side of the coin are companies. How can I help companies, not only the big ones, but also SMEs? Data also informs about opportunities. The companies need to know that it is necessary to report something, that it is necessary to ensure fair competition. Currently, the baseline is that we have a gazette where we can learn about the tender. Then it is necessary to communicate with the companies so that they know that there is a tender opened. So when I open a tender, there is also a target advertising on LinkedIn, so they get information that something is happening in their sector and they should be interested.
Second very important function is planning. If a company decides to participate in public tender, they need know-how, and the cost-benefit analysis is different, of course, in case if they are aware of the fact that it's just single tender, or if it's going to be a repetitive tender. In Europe, there is a whole range of companies which are analyzing tender data to give business intelligence to the companies so they can plan better if they want or not to participate in public tenders, if they want to submit their offers. Not many, but there are some companies which analyze the data and can offer such support. The third group of players are those who are in charge of the procurement as such, and of course the citizens themselves. The citizens, for the citizens, the transparency, information about transparency is quite important. That has an impact on the elections and results of elections. Then the inhabitants and the state, for example, if I'm the ministry and I'm in charge of public tenders, then the data may help me to look for good practice, which I can disseminate and spread. It helps me to find also the procurers who have problems, but the reason for looking for such procurers, buyers, is to support them, to offer help. It can be training, other ways of support. It helps me to cater for the whole system. Without data, we would be blind and we wouldn't know where the help's needed. Then, of course, data help us to target better the audit and the control. There is no need to audit every single tender unless there is an issue. I'm quite aware of the fact that it may sound like a sci-fi, sci-fi. What I'm mentioning here doesn't seem to be connected to the reality. I'm not talking about the science, artificial intelligence, or virtual reality. Every step which I have mentioned exists both in private and public sector, somewhere in the European Union, and makes sense from a financial point of view. So the way ahead is there. It's just a question of having a vision, strategy, and being able to comply with it. The journey is, of course, quite long, and I would like now to focus on the second part of my presentation, where I will focus primarily on e-forms, which are unified forms for public tenders, and it's the major step now happening in the level of European Union. What are e-forms? These unified e-forms, partly it's a implementation regulation which was approved in September 2019. Secondly, it's a elegant 300-400 lines table. For every single point there is a clear definition, type of data, where it can be found, whether the information is obligatory or not, whether it's a repetitive information or not. One of my idea was going through the whole form line by line, but I have decided that this would not be too tempting. But of course, it's a possibility. If you would like to go through the e-form line by line, just let me know at the end of my presentation. This table you probably shouldn't see, never ever. It's part of the legislation, but of course then it's transferred into the XML files, which are implemented through electronic devices, and that's how they get to the procurers. This e-forum should hopefully solve problems with the data. The problems with the data which are collected currently are very difficult to use and apply, but the data has to comply with all the functionalities I have been mentioning at the very beginning. I should also mention the whole process. The e-forms are quite different from the preliminary forms. We were drafting them for the period of 2 years. We were trying to draft them in collaboration. We had an online forum where we could discuss every single item. We had many meetings with the representatives of member states, and the main goal was to be able to grasp the variability of the data and have a standardized way, standardized language, how to report, how to talk about this data, as this was hard work and it was an interference with e-forms, so we had quite a long period of time for implementation of the standard. So the standard was approved in 2019, but as of 2023 autumn time, so there is 4 times period for the implementation into the electronic system, and now we have so-called test phase, pilot phase, experimental, when the state may decide whether they are going to use the old forms or already use the new ones, and if everything works as it does. The previous version, 2015, they had just six months for the implementation, and 2011 just a couple of weeks. So definitely we are giving much more time for the implementation. Of course, the target is to have a perfect product which may be easily updated in compliance with the evolution and development of green and social public procurement. I would like now to mention a couple of particular examples of improvements. There is a clear definition. In previous version, the items were never clearly defined. There was sort of a description only. Now we have a clear description or definition of the particular items, like a number of submitted bids. Some countries give the total number of the bids. Other countries and only the bids where the bidders were not excluded from the tender. So it's difficult to compare. So now it would be clear what has to be entered. It also enables to divide the whole procurement process into the individual parts. It's of course very useful for small and medium-sized businesses. In European forms, it was difficult to have different qualification criteria, specifications for different parts of tender. There is a whole range of new fields about the framework values, individual contract values, standardization. That means the same type of information across all the forms. That of course supports or simplifies the implementation, used for both for over the limits and below the limit procurements, and there is a consistent definition and structure with the ESPD or EU standard for invoices. What is about e-forms? What is the most important thing about the e-forms? It's so-called menu new approach. You can, or the state may decide what they like, and they can be also tailor-made. Back in 2019, we have drafted a manual, which at the national level have to be, which decisions have to be done to be able to use the e-forms. The basic principle that for every single item you have to decide what is the benefits and what are the costs, and who is to take the decision. In other words, the decision should be done not somewhere in the cellar where there are IT people located. It should be supported by politicians, representatives of procurers, buyers, suppliers, profit sector, and to discuss which information is valuable for the particular country. That can, of course, be different. It can depend on the maturity of the electronic maturity of the procurement and different goals of the procurement. Somewhere it's more important the green and social aspect. Somewhere it's the price. So it depends government from the government. Couple of examples what has to be decided on e-forms should be used for both over the limit and below the limit procurements. There's a whole range of voluntary fields, which voluntary fields we do not want to use at all because not important for our national goals. If we would like to limit the flexibilities, e-forms are very flexible, so different parts of the same procurement can have different timing for submitting the individual bids. If one part should be based on framework agreement or not. Then we have a technical solution for the unified confirmation about the bid, if we would like to have this or not. There is plenty of such decisions which have to be first decided. We give also pros and cons for the individual voluntary fields. It's up to the individual states to make the decision, which make sense. These are examples of how e-forms are being implemented across the EU. In November 2021, the next round we will have at the end of the current year. We ask the countries which of the voluntary fields of e-forms they would like to fill in. I would say that 2/3 of the countries plan to use it for all public tenders because it makes sense, because it would be helpful and support, because it's ideal if everyone is using the same standard, and of course then the comparability of the data would be much higher. At the very end, I would like to briefly mention 3 additional projects which which are on the EU level. The digital whistleblower is used for the research and development projects. Within this project, we were comparing legislation with public tenders across the EU member states. We were collecting all data within EU in both over the limits and below the limits, and we were trying also to have a look at the
hlavním cílem tohoto zmínit, abyste viděli, že to je, a pokud vás to zajímá, koukněte na výstupy.
If in case you're interested, have a look at the outputs of the project. If I'm not mistaken, there was also a recommendation that the quality of data has to be improved. Next similar project was They Buy For You, which was trying to draft to design tools for the analysis. One of the recommendations was to improve the data because otherwise it's very difficult to work with those. The third project, which is currently, which is an ongoing project, we call it a European data space for public procurement, and the main target is to have all the data available from one point, one location, and ideally offer also the structure above the data, like business intelligence and the possibility to click through the data. This project will, in my opinion, be running for a couple of next years, but we have a goal and strategy.
I'd like to mention or have a general remark that with all the uses of data I presented, the data is something that helps you ask questions. This is the primary function. The secondary function is that they give answers. But almost always we need to put together both qualitative and quantitative data to get the whole picture. The data doesn't mean that the data should be used for immediate algorithmic decision. It is the source of information that helps to do everything better. And if you communicate, then you can get a really great picture. At the beginning, I showed you the statistical data and the member states, and also showed you the percentage of procurement with only single bidders. So we actually provide this data, which is color-coded, and it is important for the communication, how to communicate this complex reality in an easy way, and how to trigger discussion about what is happening in this sector. To conclude, I'd like to recap. Public procurement offers a huge potential for improvement. I think we really can improve in the future. Data is an integral part of the whole process, is able to improve all the steps in the process, and also help all the stakeholders, and e-forms should solve long-term problems we struggle with in public procurement. I hope that in a few years' time I will not be forced to give only gross estimates as I had to today, that public procurement accounts for 10 to 15% of GDP. It is good that e-forms can be used at a national level, and each member state can choose what makes sense for them. So we will want to implement it also at the European level, and to improve the sharing of information and good practice. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. That's all on my part. I would like to thank you for your presentation, and now I'd like to open the discussion. Mrs. Dubcová would like to ask something. Good morning, Jana Dubcová, Central Purchasing Department of the Pilsen region. Your presentation made a real impression on me, and regarding e-forms, I'd like to ask how the Czech Republic is involved, and second, in the introductory slides you showed some data. Does it mean the contracts that are based on our electronic certified tools or not? Because we use more such tools in the Czech Republic. I'd like to know whether there is some interface where this data is sent, for example, regarding the small-scale contracts, so that we would know how many contracts we have in the Czech Republic. The source of the information is TED. All the procurements that was sent to that. Some states send there also below threshold procedures, some not. So we actually excluded this below threshold so that it would be comparable. What we expect from e-forms is that more procedures will be sent to the European Union. So it might be relevant for foreign companies. And it would also help to spread information about what's happening across EU. And regarding the Czech Republic, our country, just like our other member states, are part of e-forms, but a more detailed question should be asked to a colleague and not to me. Thank you. And at the beginning, okay, there's another question from the audience. My name is Ječný, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'd like to ask, when you compare the number of the bids, did you try to compare also the economic situation in the relevant country compared with the number of the bid? Because I know that many private companies do not apply for very often, do not apply for public tenders because the margin is usually low and there's quite a lot of administration related to that. So during the crisis, the companies do not have much contracts. They actually apply for public tenders as well. But if the crisis is over, then they don't do it anymore. I think this corresponds to the economic cycle of that individual country. So I can't really say, but I'd like to know whether you actually provided some such comparison with the economic cycle of that country. Yes, it's a very good question. We have long studies regarding this, the higher or lower bid participation. Its economic cycle is one of the factors. Another one was a consolidation on the market of supplier when we monitored a long-term drop of bids, for example, in construction and IT. There has been quite a consolidation in the market at the EU over the past few years. Then Denmark, Sweden and Netherlands had the lowest percentage of single bidder procedures. So this is also this economic cycle one of the explanations, but there are also other aspects that we can influence. For example, competing for cheap price. This is the decision of the Czech contracting authorities. We also talked about it yesterday in context with the controlling and auditing bodies, but if you do not compete only on cheap, it might be more attractive for the companies, or it might not. But we need to communicate with the companies, not only in the Czech Republic, but also abroad, to persuade them that now it is more meaningful than it was before. Any other questions? May I add on that? We also monitor that also for below threshold. When the economic crisis is over, the competition for bids drops down. But I'm not sure about the hypothesis that it is because in the private sector, the suppliers have bigger profits, because we have measured it, because we match it also with their profit with their income statement, but the suppliers say that they are deterred by the administrative burden especially, and not by low profit. I think we need more precise data about that. But in principle, it is not like that, that in the public sector wouldn't be enough money or would not generate enough profit for them. Novotny, I'd like to ask whether you have some specific idea about the benefits of e-forms for responsible public procurement, or could you actually provide some specific data that will be collected based on the e-forms and they will be relevant for the contracting authorities? Thank you. I didn't want to go into these details. Currently, there is a negotiations about the new form of e-forms, and the new should be the lines about responsible procurement. So I don't know at the moment. It is a great motivation, actually. There should be some lines added regarding the directive on the energy efficiency vehicles, but the whole process is not completed yet. I'd like to mention just 3 personal remarks. First, I understand it might not be popular, but it's very difficult to measure something that is not defined. And when I was preparing e-forms 2 or 3 years ago, and we tried to get the definition of green procurement that would be applicable for the EU level, I realized that there was a working group that met several years but was not able to come up with the definition. And another controversial point is subjectivity of the measuring of green procurement. It means that any purchases related to energy efficiency, since I can say that I'm doing it because I want to save money and I have some vision and I know that in the future energy will be more expensive, or it can be because I care about the environment. So the objective reality is the same, but the motivation of the public buyer is different. And then it is difficult to measure that. And similar applies to innovations. We can say that innovation is what appeared in the world for the first time, just like the rocket in the universe by Elon Musk, or it can be something new on the European market, for example, technology that was imported from Germany or Japan, or that a small supplier did something for the first time which was done by bigger suppliers before. So all that could be covered under the name of innovations, but it is a subjective approach to innovations. And third, a bit more positive remark, I think that in addition to objective assessment, you have evaluation criteria that are very complex. We heard the presentation about the catalog. If we actually have such a catalog, this is easier to monitor. For example, the percentage of procurement that had qualification criteria about carbon footprint, which provides us some objective information. But we really need to make further steps in standardization of the criteria, and we are still not there on this journey. And it is actually my personal opinion. I am not an expert on sustainable public procurement.
Jenom se domnívám, že tady to je v podstatě hozená rukavice pro experta na měření uhlíkové stopy. Tak jestli byste se mohl vyjádřit
And could you maybe give us your opinion what to focus on, whether they are objective or not, which data may be measured, supported, etc. You know, I would agree that 10, 15 years ago, the green era was quite vague. Nevertheless, the carbon footprint is now respected both in private and public sector. There is a clearly defined methodology. In other words, the manufacturer or supplier of the service participating in the tender may be asked to send information on their carbon footprint, but the truth is that quite a lot of companies are not following it yet. But it definitely is a field of activity within the public procurement where we may have objective data for. The other question is how to define a benchmark. I will definitely talk about it. The EU taxonomy of sustainable finances is trying to do so. For example, there could be a public tender for the provider of public transport. The carbon footprint or greenhouse gas emissions could be a decisive data. In other words, the provider with old diesel powered engines, of course, would not fit into the requirements. But, you know, I'm afraid that it is a question of next 5 to 10 years. Definitely, we have to be very patient concerning lots of data, and the time will probably offer particular solutions. I would like to also mention the question that administrative demanding or administrative demand could be considered as a barrier. You know, Jakub, you are using sophisticated tools for public tenders, and I would like to ask you if you have the experience, if you have ever witnessed that in case of large public tenders with a heavy administrative burden, there was a lack of interest from the suppliers. That's quite an interesting question. I don't think the interest of supply could be low or high due to the administrative burden of the procurement. It's definitely not the decisive point whether the suppliers will submit their bids or not. We have seen that in case we try to define a wider space, operational field for the suppliers, offer different procedures, that this may attract new suppliers, that for example someone who has never ever participated in our bids has decided to do so based on loose conditions. So I understand to define space for the suppliers so they can offer their quality, so they can offer their know-how. That may attract other suppliers as well. For example, I prefer to have 3, 4, 5 high-quality bidders rather than 15 bids from now one knows whom. So the high number of bids is of course quite nice, but on the other hand you have to analyze in depth what it is about, what is it, the main reason for that. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the questions. You will definitely have an opportunity to ask more. We had a presentation which focused on the above the national level. And now I would like to switch to a national level. I would like to give the floor to Jiří Skuhrovec, which is not here on behalf of a body which would process national data, but someone who has the availability of the data may also talk about the research survey he carried out. You have carried out several surveys even for our project, so maybe if you may comment on it. So good morning. When I received a question from the organizers, what type of data would be great to have for our surveys and analysis, immediately I had a whole range of list of items which we would like to have available. We work with researchers, economic research. Do you have some data about the particular bit, if it was supplied in conditions with the bit? Well, unfortunately, the answer is no, we don't. We are quite glad if we have information about the price of the bit. Then, of course, the analysts and researchers are not very happy about it. The national system of data collection is not accustomed to the requirements of the analysts and researchers. That's positive. But on the other hand, I'm convinced that between the procurers and the political level, this data the request for the data would be quite a nice request, because to know, for example, this particular supplier is supplying in compliance with the contract, complies not only with the price. So that would be very interesting to have such data available. The reason I'm mentioning it, whenever we're collecting any sort of data, we have to always compare the price and the output. Who is going to use the data? What is it going to be for? You know, the researchers are quite low as for the priority. If it could support better quality of public procurement, that would of course be helpful. It would be a higher priority. Nevertheless, when talking about what we would like to have available, is we always have to start with the question for whom the data are to be collected and what is the main purpose. Mrs. Dubcová and her question actually supports what I'm going to say. The quality of the bids or supplies, going back to, you know, who, I would like to ask a question. Who has supplies the highest number of supplies during the course of previous year in the Czech Republic? The question is very trivial, but the answer is very, very difficult, and we may talk about it for hours and hours and hours. In data, we are quite close to being able to answer the question more or less correctly. If you have a look at the open data of any of the ministries, you will definitely not be able to find answer to the question. Of course, we have to have information about for the both below and above the limit bits, but there are details which may sound trivial, but make it very complicated to work with the data, and that is, for example, information about the dynamic purchasing systems, complying with the framework agreements. Sometimes methodologically it's described well, but the result is not what is expected. As a result, the information about who has won which bid and how much has been paid for it, the data are insufficient. So this is one of the topics. The next topic, from the point of view who has won the highest number of the bids, then of course it would be data about the large consortia. But that's a mess which we data people should be trying to solve and not to burden you as the procurers, because data are more or less available and you just need to find your way through it. If we have, for example, Michal Blaha from Hlídač, the supervisor, then of course we try to help them to go through the data. If you have invested several years into processing of data, this is quite a workable part of the data. Much worse part of the data collection are small scale bits where you of course the procurers don't have to inform about the signed agreements. If it's subsidized from the European funds, then of course there are different obligations for making the data available and public than if it's not supported. If we would have a simple question, who, for how much and when, it would be great. Then the highest number of bits are the small scale bits in the Czech Republic, and it's very difficult to find your way around. For whom this information should have the highest value. Probably it's very close to what Joachim has mentioned. It's always quite interesting from the procurer point of view, who is doing market research. It's interesting from the policymaker's point of view, who wants to know who are the big players, important players on the market, and with whom they should communicate. So that, on my behalf, was one of the examples to improve in data collection. But I'm always trying to focus for whom and why we should be doing it. This is an analysis we have carried out for the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, or nice outputs of the research or the survey. This is a comparison, what is the average price, average weight of non-price criteria in individual countries. Wherever the color is red, the average weight of non-price criteria is between 0.5% to 10%. In other words, more than 90% of the weight in an average bid is connected to price. Below the threshold of this finding is an information majority of the bids has as the only decisive criterion the price. These are the evaluation criteria in the Netherlands, in the procurements. You have 50%, they just have as priority only price, then price, quality, TOC, etc. These are the statistics for Czech Republic for 1918 to 2020. Price as the only criterion is used in 95% of public procurements, so it's a major difference in comparison with the Netherlands. We could carry out this research, this survey, because in the Gazette, what is being published are the evaluation criteria, evaluation specification. We have the artificial intelligence, which is able to read the data. They can distinguish which bits are focusing on price only, which not. But the information in the Gazette of Public Procurements is a structured information about how the winner is being selected. We are talking about the evaluation criteria. It may, based on this slide, if you perceive it as if the public procurement would would be only price, but what we can't see are the qualification criteria and the specification of the particular purchase. And from these data, we may see that the procurer is interested in green and social tenders. Has not been just only included into the evaluation criteria. We were, for example, following the evaluation criteria in environmental and social responsible evaluation criteria. You can see a major increase between 2018 and 2020. Partly it was due to the amendment of the legislation. It looks quite optimistic from the point of quality, environmental and social support to the public procurement.
So now let's get further from this survey. We can say that, yes, maybe evaluation criteria is not a cup of tea of the public procurers. They might be a part of the specification. So when we try to approach it, we actually have the data over the past 9 years. We said we take the tender specifications that we can read through full text, and we will look for keywords in the environment: ecology, sustainability, recycling, requalification, long-term employment, and people with disabilities. So we try to monitor how these aspects are taken into consideration beyond the evaluation criteria. Here you can see a certain increase in certain areas in 2021, and the y-axis shows some more significant results. The key words related to ecology occurred in 17% of public tenders in 2021. On the other hand, this survey is only very rough. It's not very detailed, but it shows that if you have the data and if you have a very clear assignment from the policy maker, then you can provide some information. The question is how profound and how reliable it is. In this case, political purpose. We try to provide this information also in our system for the contracting authorities, that they could do what Joachim described. For example, they would come and say, I want the tender specifications that were used over the past 3 years in 10 construction tenders. For example, building construction, where recycling is mentioned. So I just filter it like this and click, and I get the result. This was actually the last slide of my presentation. What did I want to say? When we have assignment, when we have a procurement, we want to see what has been published so far. We have some data in the Gazette, in the journal. We have the data on the website, and we are able to extract some information from that. Sometimes, regarding the quality of the supplies, we are not able to extract the data, and the data is not relevant enough. And if it is a political priority, let's start to collect this data for the future. So it is always about saying for whom the data should be prepared. Is it the data for all the contracting authorities or for the legislators? So then let's talk about what can be collected, how much information we can get from the data that has already been collected. Someone mentioned the environmental friendly vehicles. This is something that might be very complex for many contracting authorities. We have to ask whether it is proportionate, whether we should ask all the contracting authorities to fill in the data about this. So if we have too many requirements from the contracting authorities, for example, publishing the price that has really been paid, we do not get much responses. So yeah, let's collect the data that is relevant, but let's make it easy for the contracting authority as much as possible, because if they do not understand why they have to fill in a lot of data into the form, then they will not fill in anything. Every second survey we do in the area of data, we need to actually index it very well, but the index list has about 8,000 items, and many people are not able to understand it so well. So if there is not 8,000 items, but only 150, and if they are well described, it would be much easier for the contracting authorities to fill it in, and it would be more useful. So that's all on my part, and thank you for your attention. There are some questions. Mr. Hercher, just a brief remark about the opening dream about the results of the contract. I'd like to say that e-forms also include a voluntary form about the results of the contract, about the price, about the final price, and when the contract was completed. So this is also one of the other decisions the member states need to say whether they want it or not. In Portugal and in other countries, collection of such data is a standard. Thank you. Jiří Skuhrovec actually started to speak about the thing that we need to know what and why. I'd like to ask this question to Jakub Váňa, because the contracting authority would like to have some data. But what data do you really collect? What is your motivation behind that? And what are the problems you struggle with? I'd like to comment on to what we heard. I think it was very important to hear it, because when we will be implementing these new forms, it is important that in addition to the form, to also know the context. Why do we collect the information? What is it good for? That it will be beneficial also for us as contracting authorities, that we will be more knowledgeable. So it's necessary to explain the context, and not only to say fill in the form and that's it. So it would be also great to explain the individual lines and explain the context. So that's extremely important in my opinion. Now I'd like to digress from the information we talked about so far, because we started to collect the information about the performance of the contracts, which is based on the responsible approach to procurement. I always rejoice when I hear that we are presented as a role model, but when I hear that, I also realize that we need to improve. And I also doubt whether we really do it well, whether we are really responsible and sustainable. So therefore, we always need to ask ourselves whether what we did in theory is really done in practice, because if we do not analyze this and evaluate the results, we can't really proclaim that we procure sustainable. So we try to get this information at least from our suppliers, because so far the basic information that is of interest for the public buyers is the money, time and quality standard, certain quality standard. But if I take into account how many requirements we have in tender documentation and in contracts for suppliers, it's quite absurd that we do not evaluate whether the requirements were efficient, whether they were delivered upon. So we do not do any detailed evaluation. So if we have a requirement for a student internship, it's good to say yes or no, complied or not, but it is not relevant enough, because we need to know whether it was meaningful and beneficial for both the student and the company, whether there is some potential of future cooperation or not. So if we want to focus on small local suppliers, we need to find out whether they already participate in our tenders and how much money is allocated to them, whether the individual clauses in the contracts work well in practice in the supplier and sub-supplier chain. If we are interested in waste management, whether they are not landfilled, we need to know how much waste is generated during the procedure. So this is the information we want to focus on, and we try to collect it in order to evaluate the performance and delivery of individual contracts. First, we started to collect this data with the tender when we actually it was a tender on waste management and impact of waste on the environment, and we wanted to know how suppliers are able to fulfill our goals and visions. And we were not able to set the requirements ourselves, so we consulted it with the suppliers, and we actually, when the contractor won the contract, we wanted to evaluate the benefits, and that was very important. And we also wanted to know whether we should set additional requirements next time, and also we wanted to know to what extent small and medium enterprises would participate in the procedure, whether new jobs would be created, and so on. Even though we did not have specific requirements on that, we wanted to know whether there were impacts also in these aspects. So we started to collect this information, we will put it together, and what do we expect from that? We could hear it today and yesterday as well. What is not managed is not what is not measured is not managed. We still have some areas of improvement in measurements, but we at least try to monitor the situation and the performance and delivery of the contracts. And based on the evaluation, we may find out that local suppliers already bid in our contracts, or we find out out that supplier chains work well in our region, so we can decide that this topic can be sidelined and that we can focus on something else in that specific region. So I'd like to mention also the barriers. We could hear about them in the first session, and I think the basic barrier is the lack of interest from the management, from high-positioned people, and in general, we see there is not a demand for such information. What I talked about are just suggestions or ideas of a few of my colleagues, but because there is not a demand, so there is no pressure on the collection of information, and therefore there are no relevant conditions for the information collection. When, for example, the politicians or the regional offices decide that they would like to do something specific, we are able to respond to that, to come up with some ideas, what needs to be done, and then the conditions are created for that. So it is actually up to us to persuade the management that this information is important, it is meaningful to collect it, but on the other hand, because conditions are not created, we actually find out that we are limited in terms of capacities and competences and so on. I focus mainly on construction tenders, so I can say that the supervisors and technicians in constructions have a lot of work with keeping the deadlines and to keep with the changes, and they don't have time of anything else, and they are not interested in monitoring other aspects, and they don't sometimes have competence for that, for example, in terms of green procurement or sustainabilities, and there is a lack of capacities because the new contracts, tenders are coming. So we need to create the demand for information, and I believe the national strategy has been mentioned here and will be mentioned again in the aftermath, that they could create this demand and could offer certain tools or to suggest what is interesting so that we could start working on its standardization. It's very difficult to evaluate something that is not standardized. On the other hand, I think that the examples from abroad show that even social aspects can be standardized and monetized. I don't know to what extent these foreign examples are elaborated in detail, but it doesn't matter. I mean, if we said that the value of the student internship with a certain company has a value of 50,000, that we can work with that. So it is necessary to look for the standard in both the social criteria and environmental criteria. In environment field, it can be carbon footprint.
So thank you very much. The leadership or the management is quite frequently not interested in the output. So there could be an order from the management. Someone has to focus, or a group of real enthusiastic professionals has to support it. You are one of those, so thank you for that. As for the time, we are slowly running out of the time. Do you have any questions you would like to ask? If there are no questions, please can you stay with us in the panel, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Třebický, who will present data concerning the carbon footprint, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. It has already been mentioned that the environmental criteria cannot cannot be quantified sufficiently, even though as a keyword the environment has been most frequently mentioned, but carbon footprint and classified waste and switching off the light are one of those criteria, but it doesn't go into the real depth. Maybe environment can be a keyword, but it doesn't say much about the impact on the environment of the supply. Carbon footprint may quantify all this. We have quite a good methodology, and I'm of the opinion that more frequently we shall witness the situation that a particular product, company, service may also have be labeled with the carbon footprint. In the Czech Republic, the discussion is quite divided. There are lots of politicians who tell us the Green Deal is a madness which may ruin our economy. But what may really ruin our economy is the climate change. If we would continue with the business as usual model, we will probably not be witnessing in person the major changes, but our children and grandchildren will definitely not see the world we know. One of very few examples, the leakage of gas from Nord Stream, the causes of it that could be quite different, but the impact on the nature is that there was a leakage of 115,000 tons of methane, and methane is a much worse greenhouse gas than CO2, and this leakage equals to the annual operation of 2 million cars. Our economy and our neighbors' economy is based on fossil fuels. The gas was supposed to be the transitory fossil fuel, but now it proves that it's going to be a major problem. Why to follow the carbon footprint in public procurements? I do not want to overburden you with the knowledge we gained at the grammar school. More greenhouse gases released into the atmosphere. The atmosphere will be warmer. Unfortunately, of course, there will also be the water of the oceans and seas, Mars and Venus. There is there are nearly no greenhouse gases. Therefore, the average temperature is minus 150 degrees centigrade. Venus, on the other hand, has more greenhouse gases than we have currently in the atmosphere, and the temperature is plus 400 degrees centigrade. More fossil fuels are being burned. The atmosphere and the oceans will be getting warmer and warmer. Unfortunately, we are already witnessing it. It is obvious from the news. The warming of Czech Republic is worse than the global one. After the Second World War, we have released lots of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and we continue to do so. The icebergs are disappearing. Of course, that could be discussed for a long period of time. The Netherlands know quite a lot about it, because 1/3 of the Netherlands by the end of the current century does not necessarily have to exist. It will be covered with water. We probably cannot prevent this anymore. This is the evolution of the emissions. Of course, it very much depends on the size of the graphic illustration. The major problem was caused after the Second World War, and unfortunately during the last 40 years there was an ongoing tense. Only back in 2020 there there was a decrease by 5% of the global emission. 5% only when the whole economy, everything was stopped. Nevertheless, during the course of last year, the emissions achieved the pre-COVID level. Czech Republic, from the carbon footprint point of view, is the following for every single inhabitant to 12.19 tons of CO2 per person. These are the current emissions. Historically, we have been industrial country, and the carbon footprint has been generated here since the mid of the 19th century. So from the historical point of view, we are the 50. We rank the 15th in the world, and we have only 10.5 million inhabitants. But we should definitely be very responsible. We should do something about it. But unfortunately, Czech climate change policies are non-existent. The ministry has their own, and it's not complied with, and the emissions in the Czech Republic are growing, not dropping. The bark beetle is also consuming our woods. As we do not know the share of public institutions on carbon footprint. This is just my guess, because we were taking into account only some of the public institutions, but I would say that 1/4 of the emission is directly or indirectly influenced by public sector. So it's not only the facts about the climate. The power plants are just generating the electricity which is being consumed, be it by the industry, public institutions, or the households. If the public institutions are using the brown electricity, then of course the carbon footprint is also due to the public sector and public institutions. Public institutions do not solve their carbon footprint, do not focus on it. I will show a couple of examples. When we were calculating the carbon footprint, it was very frustrating experience because the institution didn't work with it. So we tried to focus more on private companies which are doing a little more about it. This is just to illustrate if the situation, if the Czech Republic should comply with the requirements of Paris Treaty, which was signed by the previous government. We should be able to reduce the CO2 levels per person to 2.1. We should be able to do so in just 28 years. Unfortunately, the emissions are not decreasing, but increasing, as I have already mentioned. I hope that is connected to public procurement. What you can do as a responsible procurer, the carbon footprint is volume of emissions, which may be calculated at the level of service product. Institutions are being calculated in weight units of the gas. Even in this particular room, there are several tons of the gas. 1 kilogram of CO2 is roughly 500 liters, but there are other greenhouse gases if you are using air conditioning. So the leakages from the air conditioning are important. Gases, greenhouse gases. Talking about the methodology, 15 years years, we have a methodology of calculation called GHG protocol, can be applied both to public institution or private institution. Lots of public institutions in Western Europe and USA do measure their carbon footprint, like, for example, universities, which even in case of the Czech Republic are starting to do so as well. In a similar method, you can compare different institutions, and the procedure is clearly defined. What you have under your direct contract, that's scope 1, and that correlates to the consumption of fuels and energy. Scope 2 are indirect emissions from purchased and consumed energy connected to the consumption of electricity and heat. Unless you produce the heat yourself, you are buying the heat not locally, then you have to have a look at how the particular heat plant is producing the heat. If we have a look in the Czech Republic, 60% of the heat plants are not decarbonizing, are using fossil fuels for the generation of heat. And what is important from the procurement point of view, that's scope 3, which are all other indirect emissions. And the purchase or procurements are quite frequently an important source of indirect source of GHG, where you're purchasing services and products. In case of public institutions, I am convinced in case we would also include the public tenders, there could be dozens of percentage of the overall carbon footprint. In other words, it's great if you change the plastic bulbs for LED bulbs and you classify the waste, but in case of public procurements, you can have a better impact on the climate. In companies, we quite frequently discuss the carbon footprint with the procurement department because they have an important say. This is a public institution. The institution of the research institution of theaters. It's located in the very center of Prague. The heating or the costs for heating the building are very high because the energy efficiency of the building is at the level of G, which is the worst. And this is just an example. You can always start with you in your situation with the energy consumption, but mobility is also important. These are the use of cars, business trips. This institution also is responsible for the mobility of actors, artists. So definitely the mobility has an important impact. The IT has quite a high carbon footprint, and the waste to which the environmental production is quite frequently limited to is below 1% of carbon footprint. How we can work with it, that we can use benchmark. Here are several institutions for which we have calculated it. We are not comparing.
We do not compare the absolute values with public institutions. It can be calculated per one employee or per 1 square meter of flooring. And with private companies, we relate it to turnover. So you can compare to suppliers if they face carbon footprints. Big companies does that very often, so you can see how much footprint was generated for 1,000 euros, for example, of turnover. The Theatre Institute has a very high number because they are based in historical building, but also the government office. It is quite an old data, but I still remember a presentation at the government office where I presented their carbon footprint. It was during daylight and their big chandeliers were turned on. So you can see also other institutions, quite a similar result, so you can see a similar standard there. If I should answer what to focus on as a public institution, I believe that carbon footprint could be one of the criteria for the green part of sustainable procurement. So I can imagine some limit values of carbon footprint for often purchased services or construction materials. I think in Scandinavia they already do that with respect to construction tenders, they not only have the energy label, but also the carbon footprint of individual materials, and we can set the limit for per square meter. I think in Denmark they are planning to do that next year. The energy efficient measures are definitely key during reconstructions of schools and kindergartens. We have insulation in Czech schools and kindergartens already, which definitely results in significant reduction of carbon footprint. What we are failing on is that our economy and our institutions are highly dependent on fossil fuels. We found out that it is not really good when these 99% of this fossil fuels come from Russia. But I know that we will not be able to replace that within 1 or 2 years' time. So this is a big challenge not to replace the natural gas with coal. We also lag behind the construction of a new block of nuclear power plant. What you can already do is to start to buy green energy. It means energy produced with a small content of carbon as opposed to the Czech mix. It is enabled by the legislation, but as far as I know, not many public institutions have done it already. And another aspect is that the electricity is actually sold out because private companies buy that. Then the energy from the renewable sources, there are a few first examples, for example, Kněžice, but when we look to Austria or Germany, there is more frequent with public institutions. Now, regarding the mobility, when we when we buy a new fleet, we should give preference to electric or hybrid car, because if you buy diesel or gasoline cars, they will be increasing the carbon footprint. Now, reduction of flights, I actually presented it at one university, how high the carbon footprint is, but there was quite a high resistance from the researchers because they said they needed to travel. Then now I would say that Britain has got quite far in the usability of the source of data. The organization UK DEFRA has been publishing emission factors for the main items within Scope 1 and Scope 2, and some selected items for Scope 3, and this is updated on a yearly basis. We talked about it with the Ministry of the Environment. Something like that would be useful, but so far no result. As I said, taxonomy. There are some benchmarks for carbon footprints, but I think it is not detailed enough, especially for public transportation. The more detailed picture about this is provided by the LCA analysis, life cycle analysis database. There is actually already a standardized form called EPD, Environmental Product Declaration. But so far there has been quite a few manufacturers that present the carbon footprint for their products in this way. There's quite a lot already in the construction sector. This is one specific example you can see in the construction. This is the presentation of the website of one Czech manufacturer. Now, the key for reducing carbon footprints is energy, as I already said. And on the left, on the graph, you can see the carbon intensity of electricity generation for the whole life cycle of the energy source. You can see that 1,000 grams per kilowatt, it is for the fossil fuel, and very bad results also for natural gas, and liquefied gas that we will now place emphasis on is also doesn't have a very good carbon footprint either, because also the transportation is very long. It consumes quite a lot of fossil energy, the whole process of liquefaction, and so unfortunately we are in a very bad situation. You can see now the renewable sources, hydro and nuclear power, they have low footprint. So if the public institution is based in Slovakia, for example, then electricity has 3 times lower carbon footprint than in the Czech Republic. Quite paradoxical. So if there is a great weight of this criteria, it would not be good, because in the European context, the suppliers from Scandinavia would win all the contracts, and also from Portugal and from Spain, where there is a high decarbonization. But the bidder from Poland would have no chance, because coal is the main source of energy. You can see it on this map as well. We don't have much time, but you can find the online energy mix in European countries in this website. It's very interesting, because there are flow of energy in between the states. For example, France is green because they use quite a lot of renewable resources, but also nuclear energy. Might be surprised, but with the transfer to digital space, this leads to the increase of emissions that we do not say, but data centers, hardware, servers that are very often replaced. So they generate about 4% of energy consumption and 2% of emissions. If we compare it with the total sea transportation, that's only 3%. And a popular topic, carbon footprint of food, because purchasing of food is quite popular, it can be quite interesting. We focus on that quite a lot also in respect with the agriculture and farming producing companies, but agriculture produces about 1/3 of the global emissions. We can't force everyone to become vegetarians, but beef meat has about 12 to 20 CO2 per kilogram. So if you actually include at least one meatless meat a week in a canteen, it has a great impact on the overall emissions. Transportation. Many people think that sea ships produce the highest volume of emissions, and then the pressure on increasing the share of electric vehicles is nonsensical initiatives. So it's not true. The personal vehicles produce the highest emissions. So if we actually want to make a real progress, we need to stop using so much crude oil, but start to use, for example, green hydrogen. Many people are against these electric vehicles, but if you calculate the carbon footprint of the whole life cycle of electric vehicles, including the battery, the carbon footprint is 4 times lower than other vehicles. So this was really help the climate. If you are interested in personal carbon footprint, we have prepared several versions and calculated several versions of calculators. There will be new ones will be offered by private companies. Some companies already offer their clients the possibility to calculate their personal footprint. And we also talked about the carbon footprints of conferences. Also, our conference has a carbon footprint. We don't have precise data, but we can actually calculate the electricity consumptions, heating, your transport to the site, and it is also possible to compensate for the carbon footprints. It means to pay for the tons of CO2 we have generated, to pay in order to make them disappear, some forms of offset. So that's all on my part. Thank you. I would like to thank you also for this remark regarding the conference. We also have a home assignment regarding our events. I would like to thank you for your participation and for sharing your experience and data, either related to environment or to procurement. Sorry for being a bit late. So we will have lunch now, and we meet again at 1:50. Bon appétit.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session.
Nyní nás čeká příjemná vsuvka této konference, kterou je
We will have a very pleasant part of the conference, which is an award for the contribution to responsible public procurement. This award has been handed over for quite a long time. I would like to invite the Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs to guide us through the award ceremony. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am really honored that I can, just like in the past years, to hand over several awards to important representatives of contracting parties who have contributed to the development of responsible public procurement in the Czech Republic. Today, I would like to mention that since 2017 we have handed over 13 such awards. And I should also mention that the awardees are those people who were able to leave their comfort zone. And it was not only a single tender they did, but they actually implemented the whole system in their organization. First, the representative of the Supreme Audit Office, Dr. Haubert, the head of the administrative department of the Supreme Audit Office. Please join me on the stage. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the colleagues to give me the certificate. Please come closer. We will take a photograph. I'd like to add that the award for the Supreme Audit Body goes for an exceptional public tender for the reconstruction and the construction of new building that was also awarded as Procura Post awards at the European level because they involved social and green aspects in the Supreme Audit Office as the highest control institution. The second awardee is the Government Office of the Czech Republic. I'd like to ask the representative of the Procurement Department, Mrs. Veronika Štipáková. The government office gets the award for a long-term promotion of the principle of responsible procurement, support for SMEs, social enterprises, and reducing impacts on the environment. Since October 2019, he has had the central role of coordinator within the presidency, and they execute this role while taking into consideration responsible public procurement. Now, representatives from the regions. First, head of the Central Purchasing Department, Mrs. Jana Dubcová, is the third awardee today. The Central Purchasing Department received the award for a long-term development in responsible public procurement, organizing conferences for contracting authorities, including training of key staff in responsible public procurement, application of innovative approaches to purchasing, including the tools of communication with suppliers. They also help spreading the information among other contracting authorities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we usually award three entities, but this year we have four awardees. The last awardee is Dr. Leona Gergelová-Steigerová. I'd like to ask her to join us on the stage. Now she's surprised because she really didn't know about it. So we actually played this trick on her, but you probably know why she receives this award. I thought that I should recap the reasons why she received this award. It is not necessary, actually, because the 7th years of the Conference on Responsible Public Procurement, the Institute of Public Procurement, and inform a platform for contracting authorities where they can exchange information and examples of good practice speaks for itself. And now it is the right time to extend our thanks to a person who implements or implemented in the past this responsible public procurement, first for non-governmental organization, then at the Ministry of Labor, and now also at the Ministry for Regional Development. So, Leona, I am really honored that I can extend my thanks to you on behalf of all of us, and we wish you a lot of success in developing these principles in practice at the Ministry of Regional Development and create pleasant conditions for public buyers. And I was really honored that I could work with you in the past, at least for some time. So thank you very much, Leona. Thank you very much, Leo, and don't be angry with us. And that's all on my part, and I think it's time if awardees would like to say a few words. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to briefly thank you, because it is an exceptional event. I would like to thank the President of the Supreme Audit Office that I was entrusted with the project. I learned quite a lot. Then I would like to thank my colleagues. They form a team, and the team, even though it consists of about 20 people, they do this work beyond their normal activities, and they really deserved this thank you for being able to work together through this project that has been implemented for 5 years already. Then I would like to extend my thanks to our partners, be it either state administration bodies, for example, CHAS agency that help us with BIM, other colleagues from among the academics, especially from the Czech Technical University, Professor Schneider Heralova, who helped us with CCA analysis, Assistant Professor Vencák, who helped us with certification and also with assessment of quality. I could also name Dr. Clay, who is a top expert in contracting for FIDIC, and I could continue with quite a long list. So I would like to extend my thanks to all these collaborators, including the construction contractor. Even though we have all kinds of negotiations and meetings with them, sometimes full of conflicts, but we have always reached consensus in the area, which is the main topic of this conference. So it means the responsibility to society, be it either in green or social area. And one special thanks should go to the colleagues of these working groups who are an inspiration for us. Just to name one, and that's Mr. Gromnica, who helped us a great deal in the European competition, because without his help, it would have been very difficult to find the right path. So thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the Office of the Government, I'd like to thank that we can be a member of the platform of responsible procurement. We appreciate it. The platform is a great benefit to us and great help during individual procurement, and I really admire all the people who are active in this platform. And this award, which we really thank quite a lot, is a great drive for us for the future. And in conclusion, thanks goes also to our colleagues at the Department of Procurement, because they are those who try to implement the principles of responsible public procurement in practice. Thank you and have a nice rest of the conference. Thank you very much as well on my behalf. Was here for the first time 3 years ago. I participated in the first big international conference. When I entered the hall, I already thought, wow, it's really nice here, all top contracting authorities of the Czech Republic. Everything was really well prepared, including the details and including the catering. Everything was recyclable, and today we as the team receive an award. So thank you very much. I'd like to extend my thanks to all my team, because it's definitely their work. My task is to manage them and to present what we have done so that we would be visible. And I look at everything from the positive perspective. So I take mistakes as challenges, and I try to motivate this way also my staff. And I think in our country, public tenders and public procurement is more and more difficult, but we should think about how to change it, how to think about these tenders. We are mainly involved, or we mainly deal with the process, as Mr. Herrscher showed the DNA curve. So we communicate insufficiently with the market. So I wish we are not afraid that we should allocate more time to market consultations in order to have more bids. And we should standardize more the process, and then we should dedicate time to contract management, because at our central purchasing department, the contract management is up to the contracting authority. With central tenders, it is up to us. We do that center management. So it's up to you. Please discuss with the suppliers. I would also like to say, as has been mentioned, get out of your comfort zones during the procurement process. I have to say that thanks to Leona, I just got out of my comfort zone, and I studied public procurement excellent 2022 in Vienna. So I recommend to you as well to look around and find inspiration from abroad. There is a representative of Sweden, Mr. Peter, and we talked with each other already that there are other 4 colleagues from Sweden on Thursday and Friday. We also had the project management discussion presentation and on Friday, and the Swedes showed a project. It was an electronic platform for second-hand furniture that will be provided to academic institutions for students and professors. Can you imagine in the Czech Republic when we will say to students, you will sit on the second-hand furniture, second-hand chairs, but Swedes will involve designers and architects and other people who will paint the furniture. So this is still a future for us, but if we have really competent and skillful people, I believe that we can succeed in this area as well in the Czech Republic. So thank you very much and thank you for being the leading buyers here.
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Já jenom velmi krátce.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just briefly, till I was a member of the Ministry of Labour, I was accustomed to having everything under control. I knew exactly who is participating, who is to be awarded, and just when I leave the ministry, there is a mess. But thank you very much for awarding me. I would like to postpone further the public procurement. It's a topic of my heart. You probably happen to know what it means to be an official in the public procurement. It's not exactly someone wants to be. You know, it's a great honor to me. I can meet all of you. You are inspiration to me. It's a great honor to me that we can work together on better public procurement.
My bychom určitě s Adamem chtěli velice ještě jednou pogratulovat všem
Me and Adam, we would like to congratulate to all the awardees. We highly value your work. And now for the next part of the conference, right now, the conference will be run in 3 parallel sections. In the main hall, we will have a sustainability in food purchasing, food procurement. In the
komunální energetice a v salonku v prvním mezipatře této budovy bude pouze v anglickém jazyce probíhat kulatý stůl o tématu Gender Responsive Public Procurement. Prosím proto všechny účastníky, kteří se účastní paralelních bloků, aby se v tuto chvíli odebrali do jednotlivých sálů a vyslechli si témata, která jsou pro ně
sections to distribute themselves accordingly. You can find the signs and indicators in the hall. In case you need any support, please let any of our assistants know. Once more, I will repeat, in the main hall, sustainability in procurement, a small hall, community energy, and hall in the first floor, English-only session, gender-responsive public procurement.
Já dám ještě chviličku, aby se všichni usadili a případně
I will wait for a short while so you can take your seats or change your positions, leave the room and maybe go to other halls where the sections will be held.
A nyní v tuto chvíli bych už sem ráda pozvala svou kolegyni Moniku Dobrovodskou, která vás provede blokem a tématem konference věnujícím se udržitelnosti nákupu potravin a stravování.
Sustainable food procurement.
Děkuji, dobrý den.
Thank you very much for the floor. Good
věřím, že to
afternoon.
naopak podpoří debatu po prezentacích. Já bych moc ráda přivítala tady na pódiu řečníky, kteří nám přišli říct o jejich organizacích, jejich přístupech k nákupům odpovědných potravin, stravování, vlastně budování udržitelných potravinových systémů. Tak mi dovolte, abych přivítala pana Radka Holomčíka, náměstka ministra zemědělství.
Deputy Minister to the Ministry of Agriculture.
Dále bych ráda přivítala paní
Lauru Bauer, welcome Laura Bauer,
ohledně platformy
who has been with us when she was presenting NABE platform, and Georgia Della Libera Marchiori, whom I also would like to welcome on the stage, and thank you very much for joining us. First of all, I would like to start with the Deputy Minister. Is focusing on sustainable food chains and sustainable procurement in food. He has been a vice chairman of the Agriculture Committee in the Parliament. Now he is in a new position, so he will introduce to us the approaches and possibilities of the Ministry of Agriculture. Laura Bauer has already been introduced in the morning session. She will show us a focus of the NABE platform on the food chain, and she will present in particular how the food procurement can be implemented in the regions and local. And then we have Georgia Della Libera Marchiori. She's from an e-clay organization, which can be of a major interest to you who are from local administration units, regional administration. She would like to show you how it's being dealt with in Germany, what is the pressure of the global network on EU, so the purchases or procurements of food becomes fully sustainable and holistic. She will mention in more detail the campaign Buy Better Food. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Holomčík. Your presentation is already available.
Tak já děkuji za slovo, dámy a pánové, dobré odpoledne.
Thank you very much for the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'm really glad that such conferences are being held, organized, that you are trying to find your ways how to approach responsibly the public procurement, because this is a field of activity which definitely influences the quality of life in our country and how we spend the public financial means. If all these effort is successful, we will be able to open the door for lots of interesting, fruitful approach and offer great potential for future development of the country. At the very beginning, I would like to mention a couple of words on the methodology. I do represent Ministry of Agriculture from the political point of view, so my presentation will be about the politics and the approach to public procurement. It will be a little fragmented. Because the situation in public procurement in wider context or concerning the food procurement is quite fragmented, and what we miss is unification moment defined by the government. If I'm to focus on the program declaration of the government, there is the sustainable public procurement is being mentioned. If the war conflict in Ukraine wouldn't occur, then we would definitely be a little further. Quite frequently we talk about food procurement. It usually is mentioned the food for schools, local food for schools, or food which was produced in social agriculture and supplied to the sector of public canteens, primarily in schools, where it has a major impact on the quality of
A myslím si, že dohromady pokud se nám podaří najít ten trh, najít ten způsob, jak to integrovat, tak vytvoříme obrovský trh, kterým potom můžeme podporovat jak bioprodukci, tak samozřejmě lokální
generate a great market where we can support both the environmental friendly and agriculture and of course the healthy lifestyle. The purchase food and the current possibilities. It's not responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture. Nevertheless, food is being procured quite in a chaotic way. It's because the legislation enables exceptions.
V 1.1.2020
As of the 1st January 2020, there was an amendment to the Public Procurement Act.
Jejich zadávání v podstatě má podporovat. Z našeho pohledu to je samozřejmě krok správným směrem, protože se řeší nějaké sociální aspekty, ekologické aspekty a tak dále. Je tady ještě velký prostor pro další posun, protože myslím si, že určitá konkretizace toho, co přesně chápeme tím odpovědným zadáváním, by nám mohla pomoct vlastně zvýšit
public procurement. If we have exact definition, then could increase the impact of such public procurement. For many procurers, it's not easy at all to approach it
jakoby ta konkretizace a to, že do toho vneseme nějaké jasně stanovené kritéria, může pomoct.
If we have clearly defined criteria, then that would definitely help us to be on a safe side.
Co je velmi důležité, tak zákon a to, co zákon umožňuje, je jedna věc. A druhá věc, která je minimálně stejně důležitá, je poučený zadavatel. Protože si můžeme na vládní úrovni vymýšlet, jaké programy chceme, jaké novely chceme, ale realizace vlastně bude na vás, na těch,
implementation will always be up to the individual buyers, be it the food or anything else.
Tak je vlastně ta edukace,
the education, training, information dissemination is very important. This is one of the reasons why I'm happy for such a conference, because if you have procurers who are willing to responsibly procure, they have to know that they are not going to breach the law and they will not be penalized. On this particular slide, you can find or you can see potential sources of inspiration or further education. Mr. Václavík and his project Really Healthy School, it's one of good initiatives, great initiatives which are outside the public zone. It's based or it has been initiated by civic society, and the question is to connect mutually the level of the state, regional, local, of course, education of consumers, for example, parents, so they would be able to create a pressure on local politicians, talking about the public canteens. All these institutions are being established by municipality, region, and of course, as the election round happens, then that is significantly influenced by the elected politicians. So if you manage to integrate also into the decision process these stakeholders, that's for the good. Now I would like to focus on the environmentally friendly production. Because the public canteens have important role to support environmental friendly agriculture, the farm to fork and the follow-up of the policy. There is a lot of requirements which can be achieved in different ways, be it regulation or motivation, and the spread of the environmental friendly agriculture to 25% of the agricultural land. You know, it's difficult to say to the people active in agriculture that 1/4 of your land you have to use for the environmental friendly agriculturing. Well, the only way forward is through motivation. I would like to know how much time do I have left?
Takže a samozřejmě tím, že jak školní stravování, tak obecně veřejné stravování
both the school canteens, the public canteens, that's a great market, and if we be successful in integrating the environmental friendly agriculture and the food, to have it as an integral part of the menus, we would be able to achieve the results in the field of agricultural policy.
Advantage that it is actually sustainable, which has been shown in practice over the past decades, but also in terms of legislation. It is an area that is well specified in legislation. We know exactly what the farmer needs to do in order to comply with the requirements for ecological farming, how they should farm, what impacts it should have on the landscape and the quality of food. So therefore, the work with ecological farming is quite pleasant for us because we know exactly what we should require and we don't have to come up with anything new because the model is quite is working well and we can extend its impact. In the context of public procurement, regarding communal catering, there are some goals in the action plans for the development of ecological farming. Until 2027, or by 2027, we should increase the content of biofoods to 5%, and we should create a potential for increasing this content over time. I should also mention two figures. It's quite interesting that the share of ecological farming or the land where they farm ecologically is only 10%, and we have only about 1% of organic food. This is given by many, there are many reasons behind, and I can talk talk about it during the discussions, but there are two factors that go against a greater representation of organic food on the market. First, it is absence of the processing. The basic ingredient is produced in large amounts, but it is very often exported abroad. And if it is meat, then it goes to the market as a normal meat because they do not have the organic slaughterhouses that would comply with the certification. Of course, one of the causes is quite a small demand. When we see the increased share of organic food as a great stimulus for farmers in order to invest into the development of processing capacities, we are prepared on that within the CAP, which will be in effect from the next year, and we rely on large investments in the processing industry, and we also need to add the last part of the whole chain, which is the consumer. Regarding the foods in communal catering and sustainable catering systems, the applicable strategy of our ministry, which will be in effect from 2023, counts with the fact that we want to focus on communal catering procurement in order to support sustainable catering systems. I speak a lot about one thing that is really key. For this, in order to be a success, it needs to be a teamwork. Our task is to provide legislation that would help you contracting authorities to run tenders smooth. Our work is also to prepare investments or educational programs support, but then the implementation as such is up to the contracting authorities, up to you. And I consider this as the most important thing, therefore I repeat it once again. In conclusion, I'd like to say the following. It is quite a pity that what approach we have to public procurement in the Czech Republic. Even though some of my colleagues fill me with optimism, but I am persuaded that we could do better. And this is not only about catering. There is also support for mixed forests through better timber harvesting, also support for better environmental policies, the use of other renewable materials, for example, cannabis in construction materials. So I think this is the future journey we should take. This is the approach where we can use synergy. It means we use the public budget for things that are needed, but we also add an added value by supporting ecological farming, ecological processing of material and products, and increasing the quality of life in our country. I'd like to apologize if it was slightly fragmented, but I wanted to illustrate that even though a lot of people in this country has been dedicated to this topic, there is still quite a lot of work ahead of us, and I'll be happy if we will be if we are able to cooperate further in responsible public procurement. Thank you very much. I am sure that many of you already have questions they would like to ask, but I would like to ask you to leave them after all three presentations will be delivered. Just a short comments. I'm glad you mentioned social farming. Anna Lupi mentioned it yesterday. Considerations of the European Commission about the future legislation, not only about green sustainability, but they also want to include social aspects and other, for example, health issues. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Now I would like to ask Laura Bauer for her presentation on sustainable food approaches at NABE platform. The floor is yours.
This is yours. Do we want to speak?
Můžeme poprosit tu druhou prezentaci.
I broke it. Sorry, there's no presentation today.
Just a moment, I think.
Oh, okay. No rush. Oh, yeah, wonderful. Thanks a lot. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues, my team members from Austria Eats Regional Sustainably. They have a symposium on this very day, and they're sending their best wishes to all of you. So I'm going to show you or explain a little bit further on the Austrian perspective, and I want to narrow it down again a little bit on the NABE perspective. I will cover three aspects, which is what is the forum Austria Eats Sustainably, what are the criteria, and how it's put into action. I hope to give you some useful insights in food procurement, and also please note your question if you have any of those, because if they are too technical, my team members will be happy to receive an email from you if I cannot answer them. But first, let me just open a little bit the room. When we talk about food, we talk about the taste, about the freshness, maybe about seasonality or regional aspects, so where does the food comes from. Also, if you eat meat, then animal welfare is a point to think about. There are some special diets and also ethical aspects towards food to think about. Also, what is, for example, the income of the farmer producing the food. So not all of them, but some of those aspects could be put into the procurement process. And of course, the taste is not one part of it, but others can be found in criteria. I will refer to it later. So when we think about food procurement, maybe the first question could be, what are the goals towards food procurement? So the goal is to have public institution procuring food in the sense of being aware of their environmental impact. Also, knowledge-based decisions should be made, and so sustainable food with less environmental impact and also seasonal aspects should be considered. Also, support of regional supply chains and SMEs, as well as best practice examples. Further, it should be supported that climate objectives should be considered, and also, what we already heard, the amount of organic share should be extended. Here it is 55% 2030. So how to do it? We will do it, or this will be done with the implementation of the NABE action plan. You already heard about it today. And I just want to, how to do it. that's a very important part. When you want to put such ambition goals into action, you have to have collaboration of existing structures. And I just want to give you a brief insight in the structure behind the forum. There are two main parts coming together. So you have on the federal, you have the federal level, you have the states, all states of Austria, there are 9, working together, and there's a competence partner, the procurement partner, is this BBG. And what is very interesting about this is you have a central structure, you have a federal level, and you have all 9 Austrian states working together. And this is one of the few projects where this is working very well, where there's an exchange on the same level. And here also something to highlight, here's competence and experience coming together. And when I'm talking about the forum, I just want to share with you what you maybe have heard of, but is also what you can expect like as a service platform. The Forum Austria Eats Sustainably is a central service platform, a bit kind of the NABE platform, but just focused on food procurement. So you have this assisting aspect and further 3 main parts. It is the knowledge exchange with everyone included in the process. Then you have the information which is provided. I will go into this deeper a little bit later. And you have information services, like I showed you today, there's a website, there are criteria online. But yeah, and we want to turning every day's work sustainably. So just a quick reminder what the NABE action plan is. You already have heard it today, but I just want to mention it again. So we have the NABE action plan with several aspects regarding sustainability. So I showed you before which are the aspects, and when we look at it, almost every aspect also refer to food, to the topic of food or food procurement. So there are in the NABE action plan technical specification, award criteria, and also suggested labels. And like I mentioned, there are several criteria, but only 2 of them are highlighted, or 1 is highlighted, but only 2 refer to actually food procurement. It is food and catering services, and also events, which is the green one, is considering food procurement as a part of it. So I want to show you a little bit more what is written in the criteria. So what we already hear is that the part or the share of organic food should be increased over the time to a very ambitious goal of 55%. Further, there is a high level of animal welfare standards, just checking, and also in addition, taking into account that logistics has a high amount of CO2 emissions. With sustainable logistics, this should be reduced. Maybe I should also mention that the criteria for the NABE action plan are not a how-to-eat food guide. It is solely thinking in the process of procurement. Further, I want to mention that it's not only about certain standards regarding animal welfare or the procurement process, it's also how to put it into action. So it is about how to handle the food, and what also to consider. It's the packaging, there's certain ethical standards, it's also avoiding food waste. For example, there we have a checklist on how to avoid food waste. And also it says if I have kind of a canteen or like food offered on a daily basis, then there should be a vegetarian or vegan main dish offered. So how That's the third part, how we put this into action, our activities. The activities are split in 3 segments. It's knowledge transfer, it's events, and it is a criteria set everyone could work with. So when we think about knowledge transfer, I want to show you these are the current projects they're working on. So this is like the project structure, and within this project structure, my colleagues try to spread the information and have this knowledge transfer taken into action. And this is done, for example, I'm clicking in the wrong direction. So there's the knowledge transfer. I just wanted to show you also this. So we have a lot of workshops, also in webinar form. So there's always the possibility to get informed. My colleagues have a lot of very full schedule where they talk to specific target groups. And yeah, there's the whole thing I showed you on the website. There's information. There's also a fact sheet on just food procurement. And that's the right one. So what is interestingly to look at this, it looks like full information on one page, but it's quite useful because it gives you a brief overview again about the NABE criteria for food procurement, how to apply it in your process with further information. Also, all the labels you might want to consider in your food procurement process. This is just now for Austria, but you might recognize some of them. Also, there are further links for specific topics to look deeper into, and it gives you an overview about the positive environmental impact your food procurement will have if you consider all their aspects. So one more thing is events. So there are conferences with stakeholders like chambers, ministries, project supporters. I already showed you the supporter structure is quite broad, also involving states and organizations. So they really try to go into the local area where the people know their food supply chains, and also practical workshops, which are especially interesting if you think about a nose-to-tail production, if you get your hands on this one. So there's one more thing. I think I have to go. Sorry, again, did it wrong. No, I killed it again. Sorry, can we go back? Thanks.
So did you need to go back in the presentation to the previous slide?
Just, yeah. Oh yeah, thanks, that's perfect. Because I wanted to show you one more thing which my colleagues are kind of proud of to have is, I want to go back. It just goes in one direction. Should I stop pressing the button? I want to go to the Excel sheet on the slide.
Ještě jeden předtím asi.
I'm not doing anything. One more, wait, yeah, this one, that's great, wonderful, thanks a lot. So what my colleagues have is, like I mentioned, waste prevention, having a good planning before your event or before you run your kitchen on a daily basis, your canteen. There is a self-evaluation tool. I'm really sorry, we just have it in German, but maybe we will translate it because it's very, very cool. So what you have is, you have an Excel sheet where you can self-evaluate your planning and what kind of food you procure and what kind of dishes you offer. And this gives you an overview how sustainable you are at this moment where you do the self-evaluation. The good thing is, like you can do it every time, you can redo it, there's no judging about it, but it helps you to get better. It has further information, it has resources, it gives you all the tools you need to have a more sustainable diet in your canteen and in your food procurement. And this is quite cool. We have it on the website. The kitchen staff really like to use it, and we get a lot of cool feedback to it. So I just want to end the presentation with thanks. The project was extended. This is the good news to send it off for the next 3 years. This will run along, and we will have more of this and more of those cool events. And yeah, thanks a lot.
Děkuji moc. Určitě stejně jako z předchozích konferencí, tak všechny tyto prezentace, já vím, že...
So I'd like to say that all these presentations will be provided, will be available after the conference. And now I'd like to ask Giorgia Dalla Libera Marchiori to present us the work of eClay in relation to sustainable foods and Buy Better Food campaign.
So much, Monica. And thank you all, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very excited to be here and also to be with this great panel. And great things already has been said about the power of public procurement when it comes to food, and I think especially at the local and national level. So I'm very excited to be on the stage today. And what I want to talk about, it's really that, as you have seen and as you all know, this is already happening. But what we really need now is to make it a standard. And I will explain through this presentation what I mean. I would like to start by just introducing eClay, because maybe some of you don't know who we are. So eClay, or Local Governments for Sustainability, is an international NGO. We work all over the world, and our work is really with local governments and regional governments around the world. And here there are some numbers. They're always good to show, just to show how many people and local government we work with. But more specifically, in my case, I work with the European Secretariat, but obviously works at the European level. And yeah, we work basically with all countries in Europe, so not just European Union, even though a lot of things I will mention today will be focusing on the European Union, and a bit also of the Middle East, actually. And yeah, besides the fact that we are a network of local governments, it's also important to mention that we are a platform, and the idea of the organization, it's really to help local authorities to change towards a more sustainable way of practice. And today we will focus on food, but as an organization we focus on very different things, from urban development, transport, energy. So I really invite you to check us out if you don't know us yet. And today we're here because we know we have a lot of issues when it comes to food, and we know them very well. I think science has been very clear. I don't think we need maybe more science to show us that. Here I just listed some of the important things that we need to consider when it comes to food system. And it's quite clear that it's not just an environmental issue. This has been mentioned several times today. It's not just about we need to transform to become more green, but it's about also the social aspects and very close to my heart, the health aspect. I am a health researcher as a background, so for me, health is very fundamental, and we know that this is a very important thing for all of us. And after 2.5 years in a pandemic, we all know how important it is to really work to improve and also prevent health issues. And when it comes to food, we know that this is a big issue. The way our food system is set really creates a lot of issues, and that comes also with the cost at the national and local level in terms of our healthcare. So I think we all know the issues. We all know that we have data that shows that. But we also know that we can change the game. We have the tools to do that. We have international guidelines and goals to achieve. Here I just put there a couple of sustainable SDGs because I thought that was good to mention the UN SDGs. But also here's also a figure of the planetary health diet. So we know that there are ways that we could change in order to have a more sustainable way of eating and producing and consuming food. And we also know that procurement is a very big part of that. But the question is always like, where do we start from? And I think that's where, as ICLEI and as many other organizations and local government, we really know that there are things happening. And yeah, today a lot was already shared. And so we can start from where things are already moving. And I thought to just show you a couple of examples, which you may know or not know, of like cities, small and big, around Europe that are already moving towards the right direction. These are just a few examples, so they're not the only ones, but I thought that it could give you a bit of an overview of what we work with as ICLEI and also with the Buy Better Food campaign that I will explain a bit more later. So here is a city in Belgium, and as you can see, they have been working to really improve their procurement practice, and they've been able to serve more than 45% in organic products in their public canteens, but also to ensure that vegetable or vegetarian meals were served more often than before. And this is a big thing in Belgium because meat is a big part of their diets, but I also know that based on science and guidelines, we need to in Europe in general, to increase the consumption of vegetarian or plant-based meals. And that had a huge impact in many, many things, but here I just mentioned a couple of things, which is reduce the food waste was one thing they were able to achieve in their canteens, also in the way they were managing the food they were procuring, but also in terms of CO2 emission per year. So this is just a small, let's say, a local government that really says, okay, now we need to change things independently of what others are doing. And that's not the only one. I see here, I want to show here Montsartou in France, also a very front runner when it comes to public food procurement. A few years ago, they really put into their head that they had to reach 100% organic, fresh and seasonal products in their canteens, and that's what they achieved. And in order to do that, they also kind of decided, okay, if we don't get what we want from the market, what can we do? And they actually established a municipal farm in order to support that kind of change they wanted. So they didn't just wait for the market to change, but they really put themselves out there and trying to change it themselves, creating this municipal farm. And what they've been able to reach from their data is that, yeah, 3 in 4 people actually changed the way they were eating. So they were eating actually more vegetables through this program. And again, the reduction of food waste was actually a big one, the way they were managing the food and having a better way of managing food in the canteens. And this comes also with training, which has been mentioned many, many times during this conference, how important it is to also train the people that deal with food and not just procurers, but also the cooks and the people that are working in the canteens. How can we cook the food, the leftovers, how we can really avoid to waste food, which has a huge impact also environmentally speaking. And then the last example, I think this is a very well-known example, most of you might know that, is Copenhagen. I tried to cover a bit of several places in Europe, but I couldn't touch upon all the good examples we have. But yeah, also Copenhagen was able to reach recently 100% organic products in their public canteens. And this actually pushed the market. That's another thing I wanted to mention in relation to what we heard during the conference. They knew that there was enough organic yet when they decided to go to this 100% of organic products in their canteens, but they ask for it and the market actually changed. So the percentage of organic products produced in Denmark increased in the last few years because, yeah, basically the producer had to adapt to what the city of Copenhagen was asking for, which is a very inspiring thing. And I'm not saying that it's easy to do everywhere, but it's an inspiring example. Yes, it's again, obviously, reduction of food waste. And also I would like to mention the last point, which is increase of job satisfaction. And this is also related to the education aspect. They really wanted to have this more holistic approach to procurement and not just like, okay, we buy the food, but we also train the staff and we make everybody see that the staff that works, for example, in the canteens are not the last ones in our society, but they're actually very important because they're the ones that provides the food to a lot of us, including our children. And so they really wanted to show that they were very important, and that also increased their job satisfaction. They were happy, more happy than before to actually work in public canteens. Yeah, so I wanted to show you a few examples to just say that, yes, there's a lot going on, but as I mentioned in the title, we really want to make this a standard. The examples are several, but we're still very scattered around Europe, and this is basically not enough. We need to find a way to make this a standard, and obviously the European Union, it's our umbrella, and how we can really push for change at the European level, and that's what I would like to show you in the next couple of slides. So the first slide here is about a project. This is a EU-funded project, School Food for Change. It's a project really focusing on school meals, and the idea is having this, as you can see in the picture, this all school food approach, where food is not just what you have on your plate and you eat when you go to school, but it's about the connection with the farmers, and it's about your relation with the teacher, that are also learning of the importance of food and food education, and really connecting all the stakeholders like parents, the cook staff, and really embrace food as something that really impacts our lives and our society, and how this can trigger change, that it's not just the kids will eat better, but we know the kids then influence their families, their relatives, and so on. So this project has a big goal, which is to engage 3,000 schools around Europe in 12 EU countries, including Czech Republic. And until a few minutes ago, there was a representative of the organization that you see here, which is based here in Czech Republic, Tom, who is leading the work here in Czech Republic. And we're very happy to have him on board because he's a big fan, and he's been working already a bit on this concept of this whole school food approach. And the idea is really to try to implement this approach in all these schools, gather data, and really show at the end of this project, which is 4 years long, it just started this year, to the European Commission that, you know, change is possible. We can do it in many countries in Europe, in many schools in Europe, and we can really make it a standard everywhere. And it's important to mention that we decided as ICLE, who is leading actually this project, and together with all the other organizations that we work with, to focus on schools, because we say always that schools is like the low-hanging fruit when it comes to public food procurement. And I think it's just important to mention that, because I think regardless of what we believe or you know, what our political beliefs might be, we all agree that kids should eat healthy food, sustainable food, and we all care about their health and their future and their education. And we know that if they don't eat well, also their education will be affected. And I obviously invite you to check our website, so the website of the project that you can see here to learn more. And a final note on this is that, as you see, we're trying to engage a lot of schools. There's a big pool at the moment of schools that have been already contacted, but we are trying to contact more schools, and also later in the project there will be what we called replications cities. So like cities that will kind of replicate what has been implemented in the original cities that have been engaged in the project. So I really invite also you to get in touch with us through our website. There is all the contacts, but you can also talk to me and I can provide the contact of my colleagues that works more specifically on this project to really get engaged, because it's a very exciting project also for Czech Republic. And then the second thing I would like to talk about today is advocacy. And this is a very important part of our work as well. So we do projects as eClay, and we really like to work with City in a more practical way. But we also like to really push things, and to push things, it's not just doing it in practice, but also advocating at the higher level. And so that's why we decided to start this campaign, which is called Buy Better Food. The title gives away. It's a pan-European campaign, and really what we want to highlight with this campaign is the power of public food procurement, and how this can really drive the food system transformation. As I have said at the beginning, we all agree that the food system that we have at the moment doesn't really work for many reasons. We need to change it, and so we need to start from where we know we can start already from, which is public food procurement. And so with this campaign, we are really targeting the European Commission and a bit also the national governments, I would say, to really say, okay, we need better policies to support sustainable public food procurement. This has been discussed a lot during this conference, that we need better criteria, that we need to help the procurers that are doing the work every day. And with this campaign, we are bringing together a lot of partners. And all together, we are trying to push for this important message. We know that the adaptation, depending on the country, so we don't ignore that. But we also know that we have to be holistic. And I think, as I mentioned before, has been mentioned already by other speakers, is that, yes, it's not just about environment, it's about the social aspect, about human rights when it comes to workers, it's about health. And we all agree that, all these components need to come in when we talk about sustainable public food procurement. So we have built an initial group, a pool of organizations. We are around 70 now, including local and regional governments around Europe. And together we're trying to build a common narrative, basically, to push for this, for really change in policy. And one policy that for us is very pivotal in this moment is what was mentioned yesterday already by Anna Lupi during the presentation by the European Commission of the farm to fork. And there is a legislation, what's called Sustainable Food System Law, that will be released at the end of 2023, which will include public procurement as one of the fundamental parts of that framework. And what in theory should be in the law, but probably will be maybe in later legislation, is minimum mandatory criteria for sustainable public food procurement. And that's why we're really doing the campaign now, because this is really the momentum where we have to push for really having this criteria at the European level. And so for a in practice, in a very practical way, what I wanted to share with you and also ask you to do, really, is to basically join us. I think there's great momentum at the moment, and with this campaign we can really highlight the importance of public food procurement. And as I said, we are now more than 70 members of this Buy Better Food Coalition, and we welcome more members to join. So no-profit organizations, local, regional governments are all welcome to join us. And also we are trying to partner also with some private organizations working in the same direction as the campaign is trying to push for. So here you see this email. You can contact me directly through that, and I will be happy to explain more in details what does it mean. But basically what we do is meeting together every few months and discuss things and see how we can really push for this from an advocacy perspective, not just at the European level, but also at the national level. And the second thing is that we we will launch officially a manifesto. This will be done next week during an event in Brussels, which will have a representative of the European Commission, of DG Sante, which is the part of the Commission responsible for the farm to fork strategy. And we will deliver to them a manifesto on minimum mandatory criteria for sustainable public food procurement. I will not go in detail now because we don't have much time, but I'm happy to talk about this more with you if you're interested. But basically, several organizations, including eClay, came together within the Buy Better Food, try to really put down what what these criteria could be at the European level and really written down, divided by topic, and so from health to animal welfare to climate to small farmers' rights, and really to inspire the Commission in this criteria that supposedly should go in this law that should be published at the end of 2023. So happy to share that for the people that are interested to say a bit more about that maybe in the break. And then finally, I thought, well, better to finish the presentation with an act, because I think like after lunch, everybody's a bit of asleep, but I thought like, you know, better to have a call for action at the end. And this is something that you can do right now. We are running a petition, which is called Small Plate, Big Impact. And as you can assume, because of a lot of things I said, this is very much focused on school meals. And what we are advocating with this basically community petition is to engage as many people as possible to show the Commission that people are really interested in having school meals for every child in every school in Europe. So to really think about that when they do regulations around food, and not only food, but also to include food education into curriculum all around Europe, because there are examples here and there, but it's important to include that. So this is the QR code. You can find the page in English, but we also created a translation in Czech. Unfortunately, the page is not in Czech, but if you need a translation, you can find it over there. Yes, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for listening to me, and happy to answer any question, and look forward to a short discussion. Unfortunately, we don't have much time.
Tak děkuji moc. Děkuji moc za ten závan.
Thank you very much for all the positive energy that it's already going, that it's just enough to standardize it and launch it into real life. I think we yet have time to for the questions. I would like to seize the opportunity. The Deputy Minister has mentioned it when he was talking about the environmental friendly farming an action plan. So the difference between the limits of our action plans and where other countries are currently, what they have already achieved, or where we would like to be heading in compliance with the strategy Farm to Fork. Nevertheless, the limits 5% institutional canteens being from biological farming. Is Czech Republic ready for that? What may happen for it? What you can do, what we can do for it? Give us some homework to do. I'm probably not going to give any homework. We have over the average farming land, but the production is quite poor. This is a problem. This is an issue. I have already mentioned it in my presentation. There are two ways how to achieve the result, to support the biological farming. For example, what has been approved, new products to support environmental friendly farming, the possibility to test the biological farming, what that means for farms and farmers. That's already included in new rules, and also within the new common agricultural policy, which will be valid as of the next year. There's lots of dedicated financial means, so we can also do research on the production logistics models, market models, promotion activities. All this is currently going on already, and it should support the biological farming so we can have the bio-food available physically. And then we have the public canteens within the public procurements to have bio-food in so-called green public procurements, so that would be support. It would support the goals. It would motivate for higher usage. What we are currently discussing is some obligatory share of bio-food. I of course do support it, but before that we have to do lots of steps. We have to tune up the legislation, and we of course primarily we have to educate, disseminate information, so it's catered for from the logistics point of view. For example, if we have a law on the business cooperation, so it's easier for people to sort of work in cooperation, in so-called cooperatives, so they have the possibility to establish some legal entities. A lot is already implemented, a lot is being worked on, and a lot yet had to be done. So thank you very much, and I would like to now invite the audience to raise the questions, ask the questions. If you are, for the time being, only considering the question, I will ask a question myself in English directly.
What would be your advice for a small town, let's say 15,000 inhabitants, several schools, some maybe even public canteen? How to start? How to go about sustainability in purchasing foodstuffs? How to start?
Thank you for the question, Monica. Yeah, I think it's always hard to start, right? And I think one of the things that as ICLEI we have noticed is that what was already mentioned actually, that sometimes there are like this kind of legal problems that local government feels they will face if they are trying to do things slightly different. One example is locality, for example. You cannot put local as in your tenders, and that's just because you will breach the law. And so there are examples around Europe where they have tried to basically go around it. I just bring an example, which is Ghent in Belgium. I had a conversation with them, and what they told me was like, yeah, well, we cannot put local, but we can say that we want fair trade and we want short supply chain. And nobody disagree with that, and we can do it legally speaking. And I think the example of Ghent, of any other city that I generally talk with, is that they started from somewhere, from something that felt like we could do this, and this feels safe, and it's about steps. The example of Ghent, they've been working on their food strategy for 10 years, so it's not that suddenly in one way they did everything right. It started from one point, and then slightly in several years they improve and added things to their food strategy, which now they have, and it's quite well established. So my suggestion would be to start somewhere, so to say, like, what can we actually do in the current context? And I understand that, if you don't have much organic, it's very challenging to do that. And also to maybe join initiatives. So an example, the Buy Better Food campaigns also provide a platform where you can join and hear what others are doing. And ICLEI as a network, for example, also provide in different ways, not just in food, but also, as I mentioned at the beginning, on other topics. And when you join this type of platforms, you have the possibility to really hear what others are doing, smaller and bigger cities, because we really have like a very different, let's say, spectrum on that. And one example, for example, was Montsartou. It's not a very big city, but they really wanted to change things. And so they had obviously also some political support, and I know that that's also important, but they decided, okay, now we start and we see how to do this, and now they are one of the leading, I would say, cities in Europe to try to provide better food, not just from an environmental perspective, but from a health perspective to citizens, so not just kids, but in every public canteen in their town. So that's what I would say. It's like, start where you feel you can start. You don't have to do it all at once. And then also join initiatives within your country or also an international level, so at the European level especially, where you can learn from others, because I think that's what I have seen so far, very, very important actually, that you hear what others are doing. It was great to hear what you're doing in Austria nationally, to really learn, and what can I bring then in my local context or in my national context.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is exactly the saying that we were using at the beginning of the project on responsible public procurement: start small, scale fast. So that seems to work. I would have one more question for Laura, which will include little logistics with the microphone. But if you can tell us, you mentioned that the budget for the food procurement was separate, so there is a big support for that campaign. Austria, it's regionally or sustainably. How do you go about the public procurements, the tenders? Is it like strict criteria, award criteria, or requirements in the tenders included? Or how do you go about it to actually put those sub-criteria into practice?
Since I'm not involved in this process directly, I can just give a brief general answer to that. The criteria is, especially for the tenders for the federal states or federal level for the ministries, is included, and wherever it's possible, it is detailed as much as possible. So there, maybe what is worth mentioning, there are also corridors to reach, so not every tender has to fulfill the full criteria, but for the federal level, they have to have like a certain amount to reach within a certain amount of time. So this is also something, there are several dimensions to think about and to include.
So you use also like soft approach, lots of explanation and
positive affirmation.
Tak děkuji moc. Ještě se dívám, kdyby někdo přece jen...
Thank you very much. I'm looking around if there are any questions from the audience. I can't see any raised hands. What I may promise within our project that we will definitely be focusing also on food. At least we will be considering food within the strategy of public procurement in the future action plan of responsible public procurement. We would like to see live, so it should give clear information based on which the procurers, buyers could decide. We have lots of information on our website SOVZ. We also organize webinars. Thanks to COVID, we organize these webinars every day. They can be also retrieved backwards. Mr. Václavík from Really Healthy School has been informing us how the program can be complied with, not only within schools, but also within other public canteens, and why to go ahead with the idea. Now it anyway is compulsory because of the section 6, paragraph 4. I again would like to conclude in a positive way. The topic will definitely be discussed in a wide working group, and I'm very glad we had such a fruitful panel discussion. And after the refreshment, we will have let's have a 20-minute break now for all of you to refresh yourself, and we shall meet here at 10 to 4. Oh. More detailed information. Let's meet here 3:45 because we are pressed by time and we should conclude the conference on time. In the main hall we shall have a market of good practice. We will have round table on procurement in healthcare, and round table of European competency will be on the first floor.
Good afternoon. We will resume the session after a short coffee break. I'd like to repeat in brief that in the following session, this conference is divided into 3 parts. Here, the topic is the marketplace of good practice. In small hall, a roundtable on responsible public procurement in health sector, and in a lounge we will have the roundtable of European competency centers. So, if you are sitting in a wrong hall, please be so kind and choose the hall of your wish. So here we will hear about inspirational public tenders from public contracting authorities. I'd like to open the session, the marketplace of good practice examples, and I would like to ask the representatives of Charles University, Mr. Twain, and speaker from Technical University Brno, Mrs. Veronika Piáčková. We will hear very inspirational, successful public contracts as examples of good practice that I believe will be a great inspiration and possibly also a template for other contracts. I'd like to ask Mr. Radek Haubert, who will deliver a presentation about exceptional public contract. It is really a very special contract called the construction of a seat with design built and BIM method, which is a great example of responsible and sustainable public procurement, where environmental, social and innovative aspects were used with the complex evaluation of the characteristics of the building. The floor is yours. Thank you for the introduction. I'd like to present you the construction of our seat, our headquarters. So the general project has been there since 1993. Actually, our predecessors wanted to do this already in the 1930s, but when the building was completed, it was stolen first by Hitler and then by the Ministry of the Environment, the Interior. But let's continue. In 1993, our seat was in Jankovcova, Prague 7. The building was not appropriate for us. It was too small, so then we actually moved to other buildings. We were their tenants. Then we started to prepare for the tender. Have chosen a land plot not far from Jankovcova, also in Prague 7, Holešovice. Even though the preliminary studies were prepared, the project was suspended, and there was a period when the management decided that we should actually rent the premises. So the result was that until 2014 we rented the premises, but the cost of rent was so high that throughout that period we were trying to find a more efficient solution. We actually collaborated with another national body that actually showed us all available state-owned premises, but we realized that none of these premises was sufficient for us in terms of capacities and other requirements. So we continued looking for premises. So we asked for expert opinion from the Czech Technical University. The result was that we should build our own building. So we modified the design documentation. We also asked for the funds. It needed to be approved by the parliament. Then it had to be approved also by the government, because we wanted to use the money saved from the previous periods, but they needed to be transferred for just regular funds to capital funds. This can be approved only by the government, so it took another year. Then we actually spent some time on designing, but the result was the following. You can see the visualization. The original plan is the use of brownfield, the former brewery. G and H parts are our premises. Here you can see the details, including all the data, the number of square meters, and so on. What was interesting from the very beginning was the energy solutions. There were three possibilities. Now you will laugh, but at that time we were considering connection to central heating, which is not the best solution today, or gas boiler house, which is even worse today in terms of energy efficiency, or the solution, which is not quite usual, and these are energy drills, wells. So that's what we went for, and I think it was a good solution in terms of strategy. I will get back to that because I think it's very important. Another visualization that shows all the purposes of the building. It will be also the seat of the archives and parliamentary library. So they have 2,500 square meters for archive and library, which we suppose it could be enough for at least 100 years. Complexity is something that's really interesting about the project. We didn't want it to be interesting in terms of engineering because we use the innovative method of BIM. We didn't want it to be as green as possible, but we tried to find a compromise. We just wanted to have a balanced view of economic, ecological, and social aspects, and we have chosen the four tools, and in this manner we wanted to ensure a balanced approach. I will start with FIDIC. It is international contractual standard. We have opted for yellow book FIDIC because we wanted to use the possibility of delegate the responsibility for design documentation to contractor, and also to get the possibility to influence the project during the construction, which turned out to be very important. And also the price of the work is set as a flat price. We were also looking for the lowest life cycle building cost, and we needed analysis for that, which we approached Czech Technical University, Professor Heralova, who helped us with that. They have a special tool for that, which is called the National Calculation Tool, that helps them to choose the most important parameters from the project, I mean the most important in terms of life cycle, and to assess them throughout the next period. In our case it was 30 years, because longer period is not meaningful, because there would be too many changes in technologies if the period was longer. So to assess the quality of the building, including the green and social aspects, there are several certification systems. We have chosen SB tool. It is the originally Swiss tool, but adapted to Czech conditions, and in our opinion it corresponds better or is more appropriate for our situation than American tools. Here you can see what it consists of. There are environmental criteria, social criteria, and also economic criteria and management. Here you can see again visualization, the original BIM model. Today both buildings are already here, and we will soon have occupancy permit procedure. I don't know whether you can see it well, but this slide is quite interesting, because from the very beginning we wanted to know in what respects this building will be different from other contracts, and we identified a huge amount of uncertainty. Uncertainty is something that is common to all construction sites, for all the parties, for investor and contractor and so on. It starts with the underground services, the risks is of the investor. And we ask, why should we assume the risk for underground services? It is the former brewery, and we don't know what we can find underground. So we were looking for appropriate tools. So the first that comes to our mind is the drill. And because it was not detailed enough, we also conducted another geophysical survey. This is the result of the survey. or the graphic outcome. And you can see that in several places they found various depositions of ashes or underground channels. So yeah, you know, there was a bottling plant for the brewery. So and thanks to that, we were able to include in the tender documentation that from the moment when the contractors started to dig the foundations, we actually the error rate in our estimates and assumptions was only 1% against the reality. So this is something we really need to try to do that with every construction tender, because otherwise we assume really huge risks. Here you can see the design documents. We can skip that. Now, supplier system. As I have already mentioned, we have used the yellow FIDIC book, where we are as the contracting authority. We also had some advisors and consultants. They are around that. Then the main designer that should also conduct the author supervision. We also have the coordinator for occupational health and safety, because we wanted to ensure the safety in the construction. I think it was a good step to have an independent coordinator for occupational health and safety, and they really care about safety, and we didn't have any injuries. Then there is a contractor and also the administrator of the construction or manager of the construction. It is a person who monitors the technical quality and is also or takes a role of a moderator between us and the contractor. And then there are some direct suppliers, IT technologies, interior equipment, and so on. Here we can see some characteristics. As I have already said, we try to use the life cycle, also the design documents from our general designer or main constructor, and we also used cap on investment expenditure. Thanks to that, we are not in problems like other constructions where the cost of additional funding are high. Here you can see the result of BIM. It is a model for the building where you can fine-tune the features in order to prevent collisions or reworking of various things in the construction site. It's actually not one model, but a lot of models broken down by crafts and then combined together into one system. Here you can see it without the envelope. These are only technologies. What takes us back to socially responsible public procurement is this. At first sight, very simple graph, and it is a model of using energy from the drilling field or energy well. The big problem is actually the cooling of the modern building, not heating. So from this area, we are trying to actually get the energy. The wells are about 150 meters high, and we take coolness from this well during the summer period. And in winter period, we actually take heat from this well. So this year cycle consists of these two types, and it should be quite a balanced usage, and it helps us to get into such a situation when we get the energy only for the cost of welling or pumping work. So we will see how much it will be exactly, but the savings of energy is really huge. Only this yearly cycle is more than 1.1 gigabytes. So here is an electronic construction journal. In order to be successful, we cooperated with other organizations. This is about the cooperation with CHAS, that is in charge of BIM. We also use some unique technologies. This is a robot from a Hilti company that drilled openings for suspension of technologies or equipment from the ceiling. You can't see the whole thing, but they also sent an operator of the robot. The task of the operator was to move the robot with joystick by 2 meters, and the robot would be able to manage it on its own, but the regulations do not enable that. So the advantage of this solution is not only that it is drilled by a robot and not by a person, but precision is really important because the robot is able to collect the data from BIM and is able to drill much faster than any human being. This is a mind map that we used to make sure what we still need to do. This is an older version. We still work on the project. We are at a stage when we identified further areas that are suitable for social enterprises, because the period of moving to the new building is upcoming, so we need to shred quite and discard quite a lot of materials and documents. So this could be a task for a social enterprise. I think that public greenery, there will be quite a lot of public greenery. We have there a public park. We have also the premises for children's playfield. So we also believe that public greenery would also be suitable for and its maintenance also for a social enterprise, and we would also like to use environmental friendly materials for that playground and park. This is all regarding other areas that are still ahead of us, and as has been mentioned, we ranked second in the Procura Award. The first one was Santiago de Compostela, so it's difficult to be better than the miracle city. No, I'm just kidding. So I would like to express my thanks for the representatives of the Ministry of Labor, especially Mr. Gromněca.
What has been awarded is the combination of all the used tools, because every single tool is being used independently, but using them in combination on one particular building construction site, it's quite unique. The recycling of the concrete from the foundations. That was highly valued as well. It was shredded and used as a foundation for the road, existing road. The sand which was mined did not go to any waste pit, but it was used for the building. As we are very close to the river, the quality of the sand was very good, and of course the skeleton is cast iron. Everything was transported by the river, so a couple of tons of CO2 were saved, and we have also received an award for the best initiative in public procurement. Now we have to approve the building for dwelling. We are to take it over, and we are yet to install the photovoltaic at the roof. Nevertheless, now we need additional approval for construction, for building the photovoltaic, the building permit for the photovoltaic, and then of course we can launch other activities. What I think about the project is the complexity, balanced, innovative approach, for the effort to cross borders or limits, balancing all the principles, not only the responsible procurement, but 3E principle, because our office is about efficiency, so all the steps undertaken should also be efficient.
Další věc, jak jsem říkal, je to o otevřeném systému. O tom, že ten projekt není nikdy hotový. On nebude hotový ani ve chvíli, kdy ho převezmeme, protože na něm budeme dál pracovat, budeme si dál přebírat ty data z BIMu do facility systému, budeme se dál snažit optimalizovat technologie tak, aby jsme ušetřili energii a zároveň byli nějakým způsobem přínosní i svému okolí. A co bylo takovým hlavním znakem, je, že jsme tam vytvořili množství týmů, který byly naprosto odlišný. Takže jsme si vytvořili mezi námi týmy právníků, týmy stavařů, týmy energetiků,
energy experts,
pak nám přibyly do toho ty týmy ještě těch projektantů, od práce
designers,
stavby,
project designers, administrator of the construction site, supplier. Sometimes it's difficult to manage all the teams so they can cooperate, but I think it was a perfect approach. I wouldn't do it in other way. The diversity and variety of the teams, it's really great.
Všech těch aspektů je, že došlo jenom k naprosto minimálnímu navýšení v tuhle chvíli. Jsme minus 2% ceny díla, a to i přesto, že jsme tam realizovali spoustu věcí navíc, který jsme původně projekt nebyli, například
more than we originally wanted in the project. The last improvement had to be from the fire brigade in Prague. They want to have the individual slots in the underground garage. They want to have anti-firing partition walls. So even though we had some additional costs, we are still below the 2% of the price increase, which I would still consider quite unique.
Tak nic. chtěl jsem se tam s vámi rozloučit, tam byl jenom odkaz
the very last
na
slide
stream,
was
na
just
kameru, která běží 24
to say
hodin denně.
goodbye. There was a link to the camera, which is available 24 hours a day, and you can see the process of the building from the very, very beginning till
Pane
today.
řediteli, i já děkuji za prezentaci
Thank
tohoto
you very
opravdu
much
výjimečného
for the
příkladu
presentation of this
odpovědného
unique
zadávání.
example
Rovnou bych
of
teda přešla k
responsible
dalšímu
public
inspirativnímu
procurement.
příkladu,
Now I would like
kterým
to
je zakázka
give
s
the
názvem
floor
Zajištění úklidových služeb v letech 2021 až 2025 veřejného zadavatele
cleaning
Univerzita Karlova, kterou nám
services
představí
for
pan vedoucí odboru veřejných zakázek
University, which will
rektorátu
be
Univerzity Karlovy,
presented
pan magistr
by Mr. Zdeněk Cvein, the head of the procurement department of Charles University. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Tak, co bylo vlastně důvodem, proč jsme se zabývali zhruba před rokem, respektive více než rokem novou zakázkou na úklidové služby pro areál Karolina, což vlastně poměrně rozsáhlý areál z historických budov, ve kterém sídlí jak rektorát, tak mají prostory některé fakulty, je to prostoru mezi ovocným trhem
the management of the university, there is also some faculties of the university have their own space. It's a complex of the buildings. The major reason was that we were not satisfied with the cleaning services which we tried to purchase. Usually the cooperation with the supply lasted just 1 year before having to look for a new one. So we were looking for a possibility how to integrate into such procurement also the appropriate quality, so the granted services be on a higher level than was the case. We of course did not expect top quality, but anyway, we wanted to increase significantly the quality of cleaning services than provided before. So the main goal was to acquire high quality of services.
A zároveň jsme chtěli, aby tam byly zachovávány důstojné pracovní podmínky těch úklidových pracovníků, protože tyto služby jsou poskytovány obvykle nekvalifikovanými silami, které v řadě případů agentury, které je zaměstnávají lidově řečeno střevu z kůže. Tomu jsme chtěli
they are really exploiting them. So that's what we wanted to avoid. We wanted fair working conditions, and at the same time we wanted to have cleaning services using the environmentally friendly
určitě na důstojných pracovních podmínkách a používání ekologicky šetrných a zdravotně nezávadných postupů při úklidu jsme trvali a vnímali jsme to, že toto budou pevné zadávací podmínky. Zároveň jsme měli zájem na to mít opravdu v té zakázce zajištěné kvalitní pracovní podmínky těch zaměstnanců a jak je to nejlépe zabezpečit je možno lepším odměňováním těch pracovníků. A zároveň jsme uvažovali o tom, že bychom mohli získat některé způsoby plnění těch úklidových služeb, které by zvyšovaly tu kvalitu a
using such services and procedures which would increase the quality and environmental friendliness. And we wanted to look for such criteria which we didn't want to have them as fixed criteria.
Takže jaké jsme stanovili pevné zadávací podmínky? Stanovili jsme, že dodavatel je povinen při plnění předmětu plnění veřejné zakázky zajistit legální zaměstnávání, důstojné pracovní podmínky a odpovídající úroveň bezpečnosti práce pro všechny osoby, které se na plnění veřejné zakázky budou podílet. Nejprve podepisoval dodavatel čestné prohlášení, že je připraven tyto podmínky splnit a potom
sign a declaration that they are ready to comply with these conditions, and then every 3 months they are to prove that they are complying with these conditions. They will have to prove that whoever is participating on the rendering of the service are legally employed. At the same time, they have to proceed in compliance with the environmental friendly cleaning, which was drafted by the Czech Association of Cleaning.
Zároveň jsme požadovali při plnění předmětu veřejné zakázky používat pouze šetrné a zdravotně nezávadné postupy, úklidové prostředky a spotřební materiál. A opět na to byly nastaveny kontrolní mechanismy. Jak jsme přistoupili k
environmental friendly cleaning supplies. So how
rozhodli jsme se, že rozdělíme kritéria hodnocení na 4 skupiny. Nabídková cena 30%, zaručená hrubá mzda úklidového pracovníka 40%, spokojenost objednatelů členy realizačního týmu, tady ten název je trošičku zavádějící, 20% a koncepce inovace v ekologickém přístupu k úklidu 10%.
Satisfaction offered with the members of the implementation team.
Nabídková cena, která tedy tvořila 30%,
price, which amounts to 30% of the total evaluation,
předpokládaná hodnota za jeden rok plnění byla 5 milionů korun a tato předpokládaná hodnota byla zároveň námi stanovena jako maximálně přípustná nabídková cena za 12 měsíců plnění smlouvy. Zároveň jsme v zadávacích podmínkách stanovili, že nabídkovou cenu pod 3,5 milionu korun za 12 měsíců plnění budeme považovat za mimořádně nízkou nabídkovou cenu. Při stanovení této hranice jsme vycházeli z toho, že všichni členové týmu uklidoví pracovníci budou dostávat alespoň minimální zaručenou mzdu. Jsou zaměstnání na pracovní poměr, nikoliv tedy na práce mimo pracovní poměr, respektive na dohody o pracovní poměr. Mají plný úvazek, standardní týdenní
employed and
have standard 1 week
work hours, and we expected that such a person will not be a handicapped person. As a matter of fact, we managed to
respektive minimální hranici 3,5 milionu korun. Nebyly podány
there were no bids submitted with a price lower than 3.5 million Czech crowns, so we didn't have to solve any questions directed to us which would be questioning the lower price. And at the same time, no bid exceeded the maximum price. The second criteria was guaranteed gross wage of a cleaning person. We wanted to be in full compliance with the labor code. The cleaning workers are in the second category. The minimum wage amounts to roughly 100 Czech crowns, which is a gross wage per 1 hour. So we wanted to have at least a minimum wage of 100 Czech crowns. At the same time, time we
dodavatel nabídl, že bude platit svým zaměstnancům.
Assessed the amount the bidder was offering to the employees. The limits were 100 as the minimum, 150 the maximum. For every 50 additional half crown, they could gain the bidder could gain 1 point. So in case of 150 crowns as the maximum, so they were offering more than that, more than 150, so they got in total 100 points. In the criteria, we have of course defined what is understood by a cleaning worker, what is understood by a minimum hourly gross wage, and that it has to be guaranteed to all people working in the team of cleaners. In the bids, we have received quite a wide span of the wages, 100 to 180 crowns, the value 180 crowns submitted in one of the bids caught our attention.
Tak se dá předpokládat, že to je pravděpodobně zaměstnavatel,
we may assume that it's an employer who really values highly
nicméně následně vybraný vítěz
employees. Nevertheless, the winner offered 150 crowns as the minimum guaranteed wage, so used the maximum number of points for this particular criteria. When we were verifying the approach of this bidder, we have found out that they really do pay 150 crowns. It was not only to get to win the particular tender.
Pokud je o tu zaručenou hrubou mzdu, tak
for the guaranteed minimum wage in this context, I would like also to draw your attention to the announcement of the anti-monopoly office, where they were evaluating the rewarding of the drivers in public transport, that this minimum wage can be considered as a social criteria. At the same time, using this criteria for bid evaluation, we were considering, or we were of the opinion that we will probably get a better quality of services, because better paid worker in a similar field of activity is usually more motivated to deliver better quality of service.
Another criterion we used is called the satisfaction of the client with the members of the implementation team. I already said that this criteria's name is not really good. It's about the assessment of the experience of the members of the implementation team. The members of the implementation team had to be those that were offered as part of the technical qualification. And this experience had to be confirmed by the client, the one who ordered these services, and the quality of the services provided by the members of this team was scored with points at a specific scale. We, as part of tender specifications, provided a form pre-filled so that those who ordered the services could actually complete it and express their satisfactions, and also confirmed that the services had really been provided by those team members, and they were supposed to evaluate their satisfaction with the services. They evaluated the soft skills of the key members of the team, the manager of the contract, and also the head of the service. This evaluation applied to 3 people, team manager and other 2 team members who are the heads of day services, team 1 and team 2, so they supervise the day team. Altogether, it was possible to get 100 points for 5 experiences. The last evaluation criterion was the concept of ecology in cleaning, and we express interest in being provided improved procedures that go beyond our obligatory requirements according to the definition of ecological cleaning. The suppliers could provide a description of improved cleaning services, including how these improved or enhanced services would be provided. The maximum awarded is 5 points for one environmental friendly solution, and we were willing to take into consideration 2 solutions, so altogether they could get 10 points, and through coefficients 100 points. So all the suppliers were able to offer at least 2 environmental friendly solutions. Of course, this offer of enhanced services became a binding part of the contract. What was the result of our tender? We received 7 bids, and the bid prices ranged from 4 million to 5 million, and the winner offered 3.99 million crowns. It was the lowest bid. He scored 100 points. He also offered 150 crowns per hour guaranteed minimum wages for the cleaning staff. The experience of the team members evaluated based on the satisfaction of the client. He offered 4 experiences, he got 80 points, and he offered 2 solutions in ecological approach to cleaning and was awarded 100 points. So for us, it was quite a good learning that we found out that even the multi-criteria evaluation, the price criterion has 30%, but it doesn't have to mean that the client would get the solution for higher price. The most successful or the winner offered the lowest price, and they also got a special award for environmental friendly approach to cleaning service provision. Here's the link for those interested to comprehensive information to the contracting authority profile, and thank you very much for your attention. I would also like to thank you for this good practice example, and we have the last example, which is the tender called Promotional Textile, to be presented by Veronika Pijáčková from Technical University Brno. So I have only 6 minutes for 12 slides. I would like to ask whether you organized some or procured textile or are planning to procure promotional or advertising textile. Not many. So, Technical University in Brno procured promotional items, merchandise, and also promotional textile, always for the price. What we tried for 2022 and 2023 was to include the aspects of socially responsible procurement as the assessment criteria. When we researched what aspects could be applied for all advertising and promotional items, we found out that the philosophy behind the textile is significantly different from pens or recycled notebooks. So we wanted the textile, t-shirts, sweatshirts, polo shirt, so half of it will be in red color and the second half in blue color. So it is quite an important item in public events, especially hockey and so on. So we actually wanted to procure the textile in a separate tender because we knew it would significantly differ from other promotional items. So we soon found out that apart from many environmental textiles, there is also social responsibility that makes this tender different from others. We believe that socially responsible approach is quite appropriate for university, for the clothes in which actually represent the institutions. In the first stage, when I had the result of those researches, I was flooded with how many inputs and problems are existent during the production of a t-shirt. So it was, for me, the priority was the social responsibility. Therefore, I set fair wear as the priority, which highlights the aspects of responsible production. The contract was in the law, regime of the law. It is a 1-year framework agreement with an expected value of 2 million crowns without VAT. This also the limit value. I skipped one slide. I don't know how to go back. I'd like to say what were the failures and achievements. I think the result was quite successful. We were quite lucky, even though the preparation was very detailed. The result is that we were able to procure t-shirts and sweatshirts that are fair wear, which is an analogy to fair trade. It is made from organic cotton, and there is also some admixture material. and it's polyester 20% and is fully recyclable. So in terms of material, it complied with our requirements. On the other hand, it is a product that was not required by anyone, and we just provided an item to the marketing department, and the question is whether we are able to appreciate it. Other universities show that the incoming generation of students place a great emphasis on social responsibility, and they are open to that. So the question is how our technical university is able to promote it. Now, failures, you will manage to forget it until the end of the presentation. The preparation was very difficult. I didn't know anything about the textile. My boss gave me a few weeks to conduct the research. So from the phase of opening the bits until the concluding the contract, 5 months passed. So I'm glad that the result was quite successful. Even we had good luck. So evaluation criteria I wanted to show. We had lengthy discussion about the evaluation criteria. Of course, we are interested in the price. We sell these promo items to our students. Priority for me was the stage of manufacturing of the clothes. So therefore, I allocated 30%, and another criterion was the assessment of organic cotton, because there are a lot of characteristics of that, including growing. Then was 20%. Then since 2019, viscose fiber from
takže nám se to velice líbilo. Tady nebo v běžných komerčních obchodech to vidíte pod názvem.
Pulp is produced, so is very special. It's called lyocell. If you Google it, it is a natural fiber of new generation, which is true. It is processed in technological cycles that are very low energy intensity. It is processed with minimal water consumption, and the environmental impact is very low. It is used especially for the production of towels or work textiles or sporting clothes. The price is quite high. We like the idea, so we left it there, and we did not receive any bid for this criteria. We at least send some signal that the material exists in the market and that we like it. We knew that we can require organic cotton. We knew that we wanted fair textile, and how to include it into tender documentation. We actually needed to define the evaluation criteria, because if we say organic cotton, that's quite clear, but organic cotton doesn't have any definition. The same applies to fair textiles. You want the fair manufacturing conditions, but how to define that? And I knew that I didn't want to get into the stage where I would have the bids on the table and I would assess whether the t-shirt or a sweatshirt that is produced in Far East complies with our requirements for fair conditions. So therefore,
to hodnocení pojali tímto způsobem.
We actually did it as follow. I'm now going back to the evaluation criteria.
Luckily enough, there is a certification of foundation, which is a robust organization. It's a Netherlands-based organization, which is umbrella organization for more than 50 suppliers with certified the products. The foundation guarantees that it complies with the code of working conditions. We were very lucky. I will show you the bits this particular criteria did understand the request. The Foundation has its own possibility of search through which you can verify whether the particular organization is certified. At the same time, it guarantees the compliance with the standards of the ILO. To the real details of our perception, of course, it's difficult to export our way of thinking to Far East concerning the working conditions. On my behalf, I would be perfectly satisfied if there would be safe, healthy working conditions and at least no child work. It would be stupid to omit the child's work, the appropriate work times or decent time, and the fact that the work has to be, of course, rewarded by wage. We have decided to use the Section 74, which actually enables to use only particular conditions and does not necessarily have to require the compliance with all the conditions of the label. So this type of setup I would definitely recommend to use for the future. This is just to show you the wording of our standard documents. Because we had to, of course, we didn't carry out any preliminary market consultation, so we had to clarify or actually worded the text quite clearly. So we have said that they may prove this evaluation criteria by, for example, the certificate of foundation, then or the GOTS. We, of course, had to prove any alternative. This sort of wording we use for any public procurement, be it IT or cleaning agents, etc., where we have to work with some alternatives of labeling. Another evaluation criteria was the content of cotton in organic cotton quality. Organic cotton is water consumption intense. It's very demanding for the soil. Wherever the cotton is being grown, the soil is exaggerated, and they are using the pesticides which increase the value of the soil. So the requirement for the organic cotton makes sense because majority of the certificates certifying the organic cotton follows the soil treatment, use of pesticides, etc. There was also the requirement for the ethic manufacturing, so it's not only growing the cotton, but also the processing of the cotton and conditions in the manufacturing plants. So all these three aspects are being certified by the Organic Textile Standards, the GOTS certification, again, the same philosophy as in case of further. It doesn't, of course, cover all the aspects required by the certificate. For example, GMO-free, I didn't consider that of greatest importance. At least I have these three aspects which I consider as absolutely necessary. This is the standard which I consider as organic cotton. These, for example, the shirt with short sleeves, we did not consider that as of greatest importance to comply with this particular criteria. The third evaluation criteria was the viscose thread from the pulp, the lyocell. Again, we have described what should be the target or the purpose. So, and these were the bids. I didn't know who is the bidder. I assumed that the fur textile is usually not the event agency or those who are selling merch, promotional textile. They have offered lots of different products. The biggest issue was the organic cotton. The bid number 5, which is the most expensive, but recycled PS is additional information, but complies with all the requirements for the organic cotton. When I was talking to the bidder, they are just quite a common agency, but as they are also bidding for the public procurement in Germany, so they really knew what to offer. So considering the alternatives, and we are bidding for a criteria which is not exactly defined as, for example, the organic cotton. So you can see there were different range of certifications as Ecotex, which actually has 6 subcategories. We had to get acquainted with it. They are based on the REACH framework, which is another robust system.
Nabídku číslo 5, která uváděla v nabídce pouze uvedení organic cotton, prostě biobavené více na základě čeho. Takže to hodnocení bylo, to se nám nabídky postarali o nekonečnou zábavu. Tady jsem jenom uvedla, když zjistíte, že jste rádi, že existuje něco jako zdravotní nezávadnost Ecotex a pak zjistíte, že existuje nějakých 6 subkategorií a máte prostě týden co dělat. Tady jsem myslela, že budu mít víc času vám třeba rozebrat, ale zřejmě nikdo tu biobavlnu nemáme na to ani čas. Aktuálně neřeší, takže kdybyste potřebovali, tak samozřejmě
I'm of course available. There is no need to read the next slide, but I have gone through and studied all the standards, certifications. So the bidders have received reasoning for our decision. I was always giving them the opinion about the individual standards, certificates, etc. So I would say they have received quite a nice response to the bid.
Jako u jiných zakázek,
as in case of other procurements, it proved great to request the samples. We had one set of samples which went through the washing cycle, but also should be taken into consideration colors and technologies used for the printing on the textile.
Mluvám se rychleji, to nešlo.
I'm sorry, I couldn't speed it up anymore. I would like to extend my thanks to Ms. Piáčková and all the other panelists for sharing with us their best practice, which may help other procurers in their activities.
Poprosím vás. Já tady vzhledem k tomu, že čas se již nachýlil k našemu závěrečnému.
As we are slowly approaching the final session of today's conference. This is a discussion on the topic Vision for Responsible Public Procurement, where we shall find what are the visions, what we may expect, and we will have the representatives of Sustainable Public Procurement. It's Leona Gergelová-Steigerová, Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Regional Development, who is the main promoter creator of the Responsible Public Procurement in Czech Republic, and we shall also have Mr. Jan Kříž, the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Environmental Protection.
Tak, dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to this particular event. The Ministry of Environmental Protection. I am in charge of the subsidies and voluntary tools. That is the topic of green public procurement within the ministry, and the eco-labeling and other voluntary tools.
Já musím říct, že tady
the examples of best practices are highly inspirational and important for our further activities, because together with my colleague we have very ambitious plans how to promote the sustainable public procurement among public, how to make it more precise for the procurers, buyers on my behalf. These are the environmental criteria. We have prepared methodology, technical sheets concerning the individual product lines, furniture, cleaning agents, and others, where we have defined the basic or the minimum criteria which the products have to comply with, and we would like to have it slightly more binding, or that is to prepare an action plan which would be a framework document for procedures and products
směrem k těm veřejným zadavatelům. Ta doba dnes je hodně ambiciózní z pohledu
required by the procurers, buyers. The current period is influenced by the Green Deal, lots of requirements as the taxonomy requested. Taxonomy defines criteria, green standards, what is environmental friendly, what is sustainable, closely connects to green procurement, because currently, for example, the European funds, the new funds are obliged as a minimum standard to use the minimum standards in their projects. For example, a construction carried out with a new cohesion policy, so the demolition waste has to be recycled to the level of 70% at least. So this is one of the conditions based on the taxonomy. So we are very, very close to so-called sustainable green procurement. The eco-labeling again is connected. We finally, in the autumn, we shall launch a campaign for eco-labeling. We have a supplier company who will help us to make the topic more popular among public. We have found ourselves that we have to recruit more than 200 new applicants for the eco-labeling. So that's how we are looking for ways forward, and of course we are watching closely to what we have to comply with based on the European conditions requirements. This is the Green Deal, consumer protection. As the topic of greenwashing is around us, we are surrounded by it, and the Commission wants us, if anything is called eco, then it should have clear parameters it complies with, so there are no doubts on the consumer side what is eco-label or environmental friendly product. So I would say the current period fosters our intention to be very ambitious, both on behalf of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, and I think this is the valid same for the Deputy Ministry. We have the Green Deal, the commitments in fighting the climate change, the restoration law is being drafted that concerns the biodiversity, protection of the nature, again will be implemented in the upcoming years, and if we won't behave responsibly, and apart from the goal, which on our behalf is to, for example, lower the emissions, to connect the people to sewage system or water system, we are not to follow the toxicity, carbon footprint and other parameters, then probably not be able to achieve the goals.
So these are things that are interlinked. It is very demanding. Because, of course, there is a conservative group of people who are against implementation of some of these standards, but I believe that together with Mrs. Kerkelova we will be able to manage that, and we will progress further next year. Thank you very much. A nice evening from me, just 1 or 2 minutes and final summary. And what we wanted to mention, just to remind us where we are at the moment. Just like to remind that the framework for responsible procurement is the resolution of the government from 2017. I remember when we were preparing it with the colleagues of the Deputy Minister, and we actually rejoiced about it. There are certain rules, and I don't know who applied these rules into practice, maybe just the two of us. But then there was a new amendment of the law that provoked quite a high resistance, and also the Section 6, Paragraph 4. Now we think that the resolution of the government is not so much applicable, and we need new amendments. What is meaningful at the moment is
v odpovědném zadávání, tak tím zrušíme
cancel the resolution from 2017 and replace it with the new resolution that would focus more on strategic procurement. I'd like to digress something what I talked about yesterday. It is not related to the resolution, but the general direction of the ministry. All the discussions today and yesterday referred to the problematic aspects that are not only related to responsible procurement, but in general the culture of procurement. The Czech Republic, we heard the examples from Sweden and other countries, they all have strategy. So I think we should also come up with a strategy and to reach consensus on further development and heading of the Czech Republic. Yesterday we could not find consensus with Mr. Masna whether we still bid for a price, and then we heard from another speaker that 98% of contracts are won on price. So, by the way, there is another project from the Ministry for Regional Development on innovations in public procurement. So we should really be open the door and to take into account your comments and integrate it into strategy. We should also take a different approach to data. We should use more the key data that were also presented today, and based on the key and relevant data, prepare the strategy. Today, one of the awardee was the regional authority of Pilsen, and I think the regional level is an important level in public procurement. We should also discuss the issue of professionalization, and we should actually appreciate this profession of public procurers and provide bigger support. We also talked about auditing and control bodies and how to cooperate with that. So we used to have some of the auditors in the audience in the past, but we didn't have any at this conference. So this is also an area for improvement. And when I return to the resolution of the government, this is our common work between the two ministries. We should get inspiration from Austria. We should not reinvent the wheel, because also Germany and other member states have that. So to say that section 6 paragraph 4 is not just a huge pressure, but that it can be used also in a positive way. So, and we at the ministries said that commodities for responsible procurement covers only certain categories. Austria has 16 product categories, and I agree with that. When I listen to Veronika Piačková, it is a great work, but I am afraid that if the contracting authorities will need several weeks to study all the documents, I think they will say, no, we will not do that. So it's really necessary to prepare transparent conditions and also promote legal work in construction sites, and also legal work in supplier chains. We should require it also from subcontractors and so on. know. And I know that there are some contracting authorities, like, for example, Czech TV and Mr. Reinman, who are able to do even more than required. But there are also other contracting authorities that really need help and support. So I think this is quite a lot of work. It is necessary to reach consensus. So next year at the conference we will report on what we have done. So these are our plans. There's quite a lot of work ahead of us, and we look forward to your cooperation with you also in the future. And now back over to the moderators. Allow us to extend our thanks. We would like to say goodbye at this moment. We should say some closing remarks and to summarize the conference, but we have already heard a summary from both the ministries. We are very happy that you were with us and shared your experience with us. Hopefully you got some inspiration here. You acquired information, possibly new contacts, and we will happy to meet you again in the future. We believe that socially responsible and sustainable procurement will get more support, especially support in terms of guidance and methodology. I would also like to say that the sustainable public procurement will be even more supported in the future, and that we will be able to remove barriers that prevent innovations, and legislation and practice will be such that the responsible public procurement will be an integral part of the processes. So thank you very much and goodbye.